Today is a continuation of yesterday as opposed to new content. Actually, we're going to just take the same command from yesterday, I think. Is there anything to publish? I don't know if there is. I think the only things I got done with yesterday involved the bug that I was working on. Yeah, that was it. Yeah, so then we can't upload a new version. We have to upload the existing version. Alright. Not a problem. Alright, let's get the IP address here. Yeah, so today it can either go strikingly well or about all right. I don't think it can go that poorly. I probably shouldn't start my day saying that. But I'm hoping everything works out today. Hey, Ann Perry. I wonder... Huh. Okay, so my uptime is 1 minute and 47 seconds at this point, and now auto hosts are starting to happen. I wonder if you guys couldn't see me until just now, or what? I think this has got to be the new OBS that I'm using. Also, this should be moved as much over this way as I can. I want my keyboard to be over here. Alright, we'll take yesterday's today command. I don't know what's going on with the stream. I don't know if I'm online or what. Hey, Pickle. Okay. Continuing to tackle. Alright, there we go. Yeah, I guess everything's normal then. Well, we're going to dive back into the work from yesterday once Spotland is online. So this has started. This should be starting pretty soon. Yesterday, I believe there were 300 games of Botland played. It's pretty good. Okay, did that work? Yeah. Man. Auto hosting's ridiculous. Like, look at these messages. I still think this gives people a lot of visibility into my stream. But also, it's gotta be bad for newer streamers who don't have 1 million people auto hosting them. Hey, G240. Let's lower this a little bit too. Okay. Alright, so where I left off, here. I just got Validate Defense to work on the game server. Now I need the account server to save all the changes. Okay. I think all of this should happen from within. What happened to my voice? Does it sound different from normal? It could just be a microphone thing. What do I normally have this set to? I guess this is normally set at 60-ish. I'll raise it a bit. But yeah, let me know what you mean when you say what happened to your voice. Hopefully I don't sound like a robot. Okay, let's see. I should serialize all available blueprints and scripts along with whatever information I'd previously been sending. The information I'd previously been sending was apparently nothing from here. It's going to have to send something from there. Response object, success, sanitize serialized defense. Okay, this is not really the best way to do this. Yeah. This works, but there's probably a better way. And what we need to send over are blueprints as well. So validate defense should return a bunch of stuff. Player scripts, which would have had decompressed code at this point. We don't want to recompress it on the server though. Okay, so bundle script changes with compressed code. Bundle blueprint changes. And that should be it. Just those two things. Yeah, at face value, this isn't very difficult. But doing this the correct way so that I don't need to keep recompressing things, I think that's important. Where is compression happening? Gzip. Oh. Yeah, this is what gives us compressed code. Huh. Because apparently available player scripts will have... Yeah, alright, I gotta change this. I gotta change this. And then we've got to return an object from here at the end. It's not good. All right, let me think. What do we have? Available scripts to begin with contains a mix between compressed and decompressed code. Wait a second, why do I even decompress any of this? I should just do the opposite. Oh man. Alright, well no. So for the sake of validation, I decompress all of the code. For the sake of returning to the account server, I need to compress all of the code. So what I could do is duplicate all of these Solution number one is just compress all available scripts, which would all have been decompressed. The problem is that I already had some of them decompressed at one point. So solution number two is compress, duplicate all scripts to begin with, then only compress the decompressed ones. User provided new scripts or updates. And I guess solution number three is have the account server do it. So what makes the most sense? Well, it's not like compression takes forever. So maybe just doing that is fine. But it's not like duplication takes forever either. Why do you compress the code? It's got to go into the database compressed. So something at some point needs to compress it. So I do it to save space in the database, and also occasionally to save bandwidth. Can't DB and network layer handle that? Yeah. Maybe I should leave it up to the database. The reason I didn't want to do that is because, well, anyway, let's just find out. So MySQL compression. Hey, Live Overflow. We were just talking about you yesterday. And then I checked when you were last logged into the stream. It was a month and a half ago. But perhaps you've been lurking. Anyway, I started to watch a video you did on the Switch. I didn't get through it yet because my wife came home while I was watching it last night. So I still have it on my to-do list to finish it. But good job so far. I want to see if you can compress just a column. Hey, Soul Sorcerers. Yeah, that'll all change soon enough, right? When everyone catches up to daylight saving time. Yeah, well, I imagine you've been busy. Yeah, what's been up? Enabling compression for a table. Yeah, it sounds like this is for everything. Yeah, a week and a half. Although that's close enough to April. Where data is read far more often than it's written. Because there are no guaranteed ways to predict whether or not compression benefits a particular situation. Always test with a specific workload. Well, this would certainly change things. Okay, I'm gonna write this down. Sounds like the docs say to have the database do it when you read more frequently than you write, which should be the case. Probably when you're attacking, you're going to be updating your scripts. When you're defending, I think it's less frequent that you'll update them. Oh yeah, Soul Sorcerers, how's that going? Yeah, so then what we can do here, let me figure out what these are to begin with. So stringify blueprint and script validator not available player scripts. Close out of these. Oh right, I need that curl command that I deleted. Oh, that's too bad. That is too bad. Okay. Yeah, that's gonna just be gone forever. Well, time to come up with a new one. Actually, no, you know what? Maybe it's not gone forever. Maybe it's in my bash history. You know, we're gonna make a new thing here. So program files, git bin bash. Echo this to git bash.cmd. Is it there? Is it there? Is it there? I probably shouldn't be looking through my command history. On screen. Nope, I don't see it. It's not there. Hang on a second. Let me check one more thing. There should be a bash history file somewhere, right? That doesn't matter. I'll just reform this thing. Yeah, it doesn't matter. All right, let's try it out. Do we connect? We go edit this. I believe there are a couple of things we should try out. One is add. Okay, let's write this down too. Changes to defense. Add wasp head, of which I only have one, to the Omega bot. Got art implemented in about 80% of the places I needed in terms of cards. Board and game art will be more about thinking about it all. Apart from that, the game is pretty much there. The main stuff is all validation / security for alpha. Wow. Oh, nice. Yeah, I can't imagine coming up with the universe that the cards are in. That's got to be pretty tough. But I think it's also probably a lot of fun for people to come up with. Okay, so we'll add the wasp head to this. We'll create a new script for it, I guess. We'll call this new script. And we'll give it move up. Update blueprint, add wasp head. And then create new script. Assign new script with what name? Yeah. And code move up. Cool. Okay, that's those changes. Why can't I click create? There we go. And the hardware for this will, I don't think this really matters. We'll give it lasers level 3. It was previously empty. Okay, so we'll update that. Next, Let's make a new blueprint with cloaking. Bot name is going to be new BP. So new script, cloaking, and code cloak. So we create a new script, cloaking. Code is going to be cloak. Okay, there. So now all we need to make sure we do is capture the save command. Save. What antimatter tape? What restaurant? Copy as curl bash. There. Now as soon as we press that button, what should have happened is it should, uh-oh. That's not good. We need to try this again. So now we can just run the curl command. We should test this out before I just go willy-nilly deleting stuff. We put this over to here. Just some restaurant. Okay, great. So this broke in. I didn't expect it to break in. There were 4 scripts to begin with. This can't be right. Okay, maybe it's right. I don't actually remember. Select star from script. Okay, so there are 4 to begin with, and then what? Deletions are none, and we added 2, yeah, and that needs to be equal to 6, which it is not. ID 4 and 5. What IDs do we have over here? Ooh, that's not good. That's definitely not good. Oh, we're pulling in the temporary scripts now. That's why this isn't working. Yeah. So some of these. This is temporary. Wait, 15 degrees Celsius? That's 59 degrees Fahrenheit. Yeah, I think 50 to 60 is a pretty good temperature. Even into the 70s, it's probably fine. Once it gets to the 80s, I think that's too hot. Okay, so we can change this in a couple of ways. Right now when we send scripts over and validate defense, we're not sending whether they're temporary. So we really just send every script. Eventually this won't be the case. So for now we need to just comment this out. To do uncomment the following. I gotta write this down. Where's the new object? Here it is. Yeah. Uncomment the assertions in blueprint and script validator, which are in validate number of objects. This wasn't working because the existing scripts included the temporary scripts that had just been created as additions. Okay, that aside, let's try this again. Thankfully, we can just keep rerunning this. I don't have to worry too much about this stuff. This is still breaking. Oh, nice. Yeah, this is actually not correct. So the items we have, we need 2 of this item. And this item is the wasp head. And we only have 1 of it. Where is our inventory? Here it is, player inventory. Player inventory, this is going to be impossible to look through. What is it, number 19? Player inventory number 19 is quantity 1. It's working. Yeah, but there's more problems than this. Now that this validation happens on the game server, yeah, this won't work. In order to figure out how to sell cosmetic items, we need to do this validation again, where we pull in all blueprints, perform the validation, and then persist the modified blueprints. So I need to put item selling back in. That's not good. That's definitely not good. Without this, you'll sell an item and we won't remove the item from the blueprint that's using it. I think that the account server should do this. But it's okay if a game server has to handle it. Hey, double T's. Okay, so this should have printed out. Oh yeah, not yet, because of this. This is just saying, hey, what you've done is impossible. In fact, on the client, make it so that you can't equip a cosmetic item that would cause validation to fail. Alright, well, we can change this in a pretty easy way. So it says cosmetic items are not possible given your inventory. What we could do is go buy another wasp head. So we go into cosmetics and we just click the plus here. There. Now it should work. And now this should change, of which I only have 1, of which I have 2. So we skip through this. We try this again. And it didn't print anything. Huh, what happened? Waiting for debugger to disconnect. Okay, fine. I don't know what that was about. Oh, we can just run it again. There we go. Nice. So we've got some buffers here that I don't care about. Okay, so we had 2 compressed scripts and 2 decompressed scripts. What I wanted to see is how long does it take to clone these? So if I clone this like 1,000,000 times, is it better than decompressing 1,000,000 times? And does this really matter that much? The answer is it probably doesn't matter. So let's go into here, test performance, main. So this will be our object. So trials equals 100,000. And we want Lodash, and we want zlib. We want zlib in the same way that we have this over here, yeah. Okay. So step 1, let time elapsed equals 0 times trials. So for each trial, the first thing we're going to do is just clone this thing. I believe it is called clone deep. Yep. So clone deep object. Let's not even do it this way. Let's do it this way. It just needs to be for the entire thing. Time elapsed plus equals start time minus end time. Except for that's not how this works. Okay. So that's number one. Let's try that out now. Desktop del test performance node main. Cannot find module Lodash npm init -y. Okay, so that'll be found now. Now let's do the other set. The next one is going to be zlib.gzip gzip sync. Here it is. Gzip sync object. Cool. Clone and then compress. Wait, we don't necessarily do that. Yeah, this is not accurate. This would actually need to be trials times 2, and it's going to have to gzip like this code, for example. Yeah, this isn't fair. So cloning takes less time because we're running fewer operations. Oh, that's not fair either though, right? It all depends on Okay. Yeah, there's more to it than this. We would only have cloned it once, and then we would do uncompresses, which involves taking this data zlib.g unzip sync. This work. Not a buffer. I think we need to do buffer.from and then an array. But however the code decompressor does it. Buffer.from, yeah. So now we don't need to do double the trials anymore either. So it still looks like decompressing is faster than compressing. Which means that the clone and decompress method is better. Assuming these are even comparable. We should probably just use the same buffer, huh? Yeah, that's probably a better idea. Okay, let's do that. So here's the buffer that we get. b.toString, b.to. I want to get this as an array. To JSON. Whoa, nice. Hang on a second. Okay. Sorry about that. We need to use the same buffer for everything, because it's not fair to do this for two different tests. So here's the buffer that we were using. Got it. Okay. So now it's a fair test, I think. And I still think that decompress is going to be faster. Yeah, it is. By a lot. Wait, but this isn't the test that I wanted to do, is it? Oh, what are the different solutions that I needed? Compress all available scripts. Yeah, it's either compress all or only compress the decompressed ones. I think solution number 2 is better. So this would be clone deep, this thing. Clone dep. I'm sure the film industry would love to do that. All right. So then at the end of all of this, man, I don't like this. I don't like this at all. At the end of all of this, we've got to return that. So scripts to decompress. It's scripts to compress. Okay. And then we want to compress it so that it makes it, it's just silly. It's just silly. I should have never dealt with compression yet, because this complicates everything. Okay, still, let's take a look. We've got this over here. These are the decompressed ones. They're JS code. And then you go back to JS code, but as a buffer. So it's compressed code and object. What does this go to? This is a for each. Hey man. Mangus. So there's no return value from this. Yeah. You're getting rid of compression in your business logic, or are you adding more of it? I'm not really adding more of it. I just have to use this. This is compressed code. No, I guess it is technically adding more, because there are some calls to decompress that didn't exist before. I don't know. If I change this at the database level, oh, that's why I did this, because sending replays they're not even compressed yet. Wow. Yeah. All right. There's a lot of stuff I'm going to have to fix there. So we need compressed code and objects. We don't have this. This would be the same function as this. I know HTTP supports compression. This is one of the things that I thought was silly though, is why have something that is going to get stored in the database compressed and then sent compressed? Why have it get decompressed from the database and then decompressed it, like compressed again so that it can get sent to the client? Okay, is there an easier way to write this? Uncompressed code. So the only way that this should work is this. So return zlib.gzip uncompressed code. Dot then compressed buffer. It's not like compression will ever be a bottleneck until CPU has opcodes to do compression. Yeah. I might end up changing it. They have primitives which help with it. Yeah. I might change this. I think it would simplify a ton of the logic that I have. Because this whole dealing with compression bit is really just nonsense. Okay, this is pretty simple. So return object dot available scripts equals and dot available blueprints blueprint and script validator dot available blueprints. This is not necessarily a good idea. At this point, press the code so the scripts are no longer of mixed compression. Yeah, no, Spurman, that's actually the way I should be doing this, definitely. I treated it that way with replay data, which should be compressed, and I just haven't yet. Oh well. Yeah, at some point I can change that and then gut all of this. Okay, so return object. Okay, so successfully validated event. Then the response object is sent back, and the cluster master responds with it. That makes it back to the server. So it's here that we got a response. Sanitize scripts and blueprints. Okay, yeah, let's print this out. Response from validate defense. Okay, here goes. Did it work? Scripts to decompress is not defined. Did not work. We'll figure out what happened there. It's coming from here. Scripts to decompress. That was unnecessary. I was curious what you guys talked about the video. Wrote a Python script to pull the chat transcript to find the timestamp. After a while, the streams on Twitch stopped working for me. Live overflow. I could have just told you. Oh man. Yeah, so I think it was Endurn who asked about it. In fact, I probably saved this. You probably didn't need to say anything. Yeah, this is what was said. Also, in the future, you can always go to this and then just search for live overflow. And there you go. And then say show conversation, and it highlights it here. And then you have a timestamp, and you can just watch the VOD. Well, if you know what time it is for me. Why ask questions when you can write Python scripts? I hope that came from a Python script. Oh, this isn't gonna work. Callback is not a function. Oh, I never promisified that. Okay, yeah, never mind. I know what happened here. And Perry. And Python. Okay, cool. So here's everything. Oh, I said okay, cool, and my phone turned on. I realized now. It thought I was saying okay, Google. This is not right. Player details. Player details get sent back? That doesn't make sense. What? What is going on here? How is this a response? Oh, that's the request. Right. So it's this that we get back. And yeah, this is wrong. Okay. Hey, EJ. Oh, man. I think this is the greatest thing, though. Check this out. I could just say, set office lights to plum.
Okay, changing 4 lights to plum.
The other lights are the ones over here, and they did change to plum. Have you heard of Fiddler? Yeah, I have. And yeah, it probably would be a little bit easier to use. Hey, Spark. Okay, so something along the line just takes these properties, or just this one even. Where is that? Here. This is silly. Okay, and there. We should just send back the entire message. I don't know why we wouldn't do that. Including success and whatever other things we have. Yeah, let's try that. I don't even need a debugger attached for this. So here we have it. This should contain exactly the information we need. Here it is. Text. All of this. Yeah, so now we have available scripts. It's pretty hard to read this, but we have we should have 4 of these, right? 3, search for ID, 4 and 5. No, 2, 3, and 4. Oh, I see, and there's 5. And then available blueprints should be there too. I don't see that. That means I probably screwed something up. Hey, 3D extended. The only thing I could have screwed up here is naming this incorrectly. I think I know what I did. I think this is the word player in it, and I just left off the word player. Yep. There. So we just run this again, and then this prints out a gigantic block that goes from here down to here. We don't need the request, and the response is all of this, and this does have available blueprints now. Yeah, nice. Alright, I still question whether this was the best design for things. I think this is all a mess. No, this was never serialized. Whoops. I knew something was wrong here. Yeah. Whoops. Man. Fine. I think I got rid of Boppe from here. Yeah, I did. It would have been nice to keep it that way, but I don't think I can. So let's go get it back. And the script should be serialized too. Hey, Deck Attack. How you doing? So there's that. And then the same thing. Map all of these to script.serialize. Okay, let's try that out. So I have a request. If you want to make all sorts of effects with shaders, you can make the tile bigger and scaling the image to its center. This way you/I am I see what you said. You're able to make effects like the shadow idea we talked about. Also, it'd be possible to make something like a shield around the entity. Let me know what you think. Yeah, I think that's a good idea. And yeah, working on the same bug as yesterday. I'm using MySQL to InvisionNet. Also, hi InvisionNet. Yeah, we can try this out. Make the tile bigger and scale the image to its center. Yeah, I think this would be a little tough for me to get right. But yeah, I think it's worth trying out at least. But that probably won't happen for another few days. A DVA. Yep. We're just patting ourselves on the back today. Alright, so now they should be serialized. Let's go take a look. There, it's only text that we want here. The quad should be bigger, the image should be the same. Yeah, I'm not sure how I set this up using Pixie. That's what I need to look into. Because yeah, I think it's a good idea. I just need to figure out how to do it. Alright, so here's everything. But this is not in a format that we can easily use. I think we need to parse this text. Have you considered using something like Message Pack for all of this? This is a lot of bandwidth. I think I looked into something like that a while ago. But no, I haven't looked into that yet. I don't think it's a good idea to apply that now. I think it should be used later. Alright, so yeah, let's take a look. Can't paste into this command prompt for some reason. I don't understand this. Paste. What? It says Control V right here. I pressed Control V, it didn't do anything. Alright, whatever, we can just do this incognito. Got it. So here's the parsed response. Why is this not working? Why isn't this working? That's strange. That's very strange. This should be valid JSON. It's not, and apparently it's not according to line or character 102, which is right here. These double backslashes. Yeah, / quotation mark. I gotta figure out a way to make sure this is correct. Hey, Digi. Okay, let's ignore the part about sanitized serialized defense. We'll just delete. It's not working. You can't select it. Oh man, yeah, alright. I don't know. This almost worked. Let's just delete all these. Or did all of us make it into the same object? Why is this here twice? No, that's not right. No, I screwed up. Yeah, I definitely screwed up. This is what I screwed up. Whoops. Okay, no wonder this wasn't parsing the way I thought it would. But you did, Digi. Through Twitch, you said your friend iDigi has started watching. Alright, let's try this again. Yeah, this is why you just don't become friends with streamers. Did it work? Did it finally work? This isn't right. What? This was all a big mistake. Alright, Digi. I'll remove you as a friend. That way I can't call you out anymore. Yeah, so this, first of all, is just wrong. Great. Next. Is this used anywhere else? No. Hey, Galloping Cow. That's a nice drink you have there on your desk. Alright, let's try this. Cool, I think it worked. I'm pretty sure this contains more information than it did before. Here's what the text is now. Type, game finished, sure. Success true, sanitize serialized offense is all of this stuff. Then what? Available scripts. ID, owner ID, name, JS code. The names are going to be wrong. Oh, man. Never. Wait, are the names all going to be wrong? Maybe they will be, maybe not. We only need to save the ones that were additions. Alright, I've screwed up again. Yeah, I've screwed up again. There was no point in doing this. Existing scripts back to the account server. We only need to send updates, deletions, and additions. Oh man. So bundle blueprint changes. Man, I'm still questioning this constantly. Like, what is the best design for this so I don't need to jump through all these hoops? I'm sending everything from one server to another and then sending it back. Yeah, Bearsoft, that's right. In order for me to be able to do this, I need to track the updates, additions, and deletions, which I'm already kind of doing. Yeah, they're all sort of here, not entirely. Deleted blueprints. Okay, fine. Deleted scripts. So those are all saved correctly. Updated blueprints. Okay. New blueprints. This is not right. Which ones did I check so far? Updated, new, and deleted. And then for scripts, deleted, so I need updated a new script. Updated script. Yeah, this is wrong. This needs to be like this. Whoops. Oh, okay. What did I just do? Alright, there we go. And then the last one is this one. New script. We are going to send these back to the game server, so we would need to serialize all of them. But only if they validated. But we should just assume that they're going to validate. The new Twitch front page. Is my face plastered all over it? Oh wow. This has the look at this live host. Adam. Oh man. I find that funny. Yeah, we should serialize these here. This dot changes dot push. So these don't matter. This we serialize. This we serialize. This we serialize. And this we serialize. Okay, then we can just send these back. But, okay, EJ, how frequently do you go to the front page of Twitch? That's UI that's only going to affect new people to the website, I think. I think most other people just bypass that entirely and go to their follower page. In fact, I don't think I ever go to the front page of Twitch because I have all these links right here. So if I want to go to who I'm following, I click this. If I want to go to my channel, I click this. And yeah, Digi, they may be rolling it out to different places. You used to, right? But I think after you've used the site for long enough, and this is true of a lot of sites, you probably just go straight to the content you want to go to. You'd always look if there's a CSGO event going on. But aren't most of the events hosted from the same couple of channels? Like if there's a Hearthstone event going on, it's usually one or two people, and if not, I'll see it on my host page. So when you go to following, if you see that all the people you're following, let me see if I can show you this. Yeah, there's a host page. Whoops. So this, if I see that every single one of the Hearthstone channels is pointing at the same channel, it probably means there's a tournament going on. They have like 20 different championships. But don't the streamers host the championships? I realize that's not what I originally said. Okay, we need to send changes across. So we don't need to do whatever silly things I just did. Well, that's nice. So scripts to compress. All right, here's how we change this. Blueprint and script validator.changes. Concat changes dot. Oh, what are these called? Updated scripts. Changes dot new scripts. So then this stuff is all gonna go away. We're gonna say return object dot changes equals blue script and script validator dot changes. Always think at max efficiency. Yeah. You don't follow that many people? Yeah, okay. Then I guess going to the main page would definitely help. But also, in that case, actually, why don't you just go to the CSGO page? Like, couldn't you just, you could just follow games now that I think about it. If I go to my follower page, I have this section. So here are the games that I follow. There are 7, and one of them is not a game. So if you were to just click one of these, you would find if a tournament is going on. Hey, there's one viewer in Secret of Mana. Look at that. He's not even playing Secret of Mana. Oh, that's how you got to the CSGO page? Okay, fine. That's fair. Alright. Well, time to rerun everything. Okay, did it work? Please tell me it worked. Text. Text is the only thing I care about here. Does this contain everything it needs to contain? Available. Oh, they're called changes now. So deleted blueprints, none. Deleted scripts, none. Is that correct? New, update, update, update. So we don't have any deletions. Updated. Looks good. Hey, Pandio. Yeah, checking out new content. For that, I actually still don't go to the front page because I think the front page only consists of partners, really. And if I want to check out new content, yeah, sometimes I want to find a partner. Sometimes I want to find a smaller channel, though. Granted, the quality on small streams is sometimes really wildly different from other streams. You'll find people who don't talk. You'll find people who aren't good at what they do. You'll find people who are just boring. Okay, we've got all the changes here now. I think this is what I wanted. That was made much easier. All script additions need to happen first. This all needs to happen from a transaction. We already... No, but this needs to be done... Hey, Hideo. It's going okay. We're getting to the point that you wanted to see, which is what's going to happen with all these transactions. Invoked from the save defense or the simulate game phase flows. We need to keep track of this somehow. I need a better way to do this. We need to deserialize it. Yeah, let's do that. Where does this get used? Rasp.body. Why didn't I just string it by that? Let's try this again. Control C, what is it? More like computer. How do I use it? This stuff. Got it. Here it is. Here's everything. This is working. Nice. And we have compressed code here too. Nice. So if I had a solution, this would be really easy because I could just save this stuff. But unfortunately, I don't have a solution. Let's save this as sample validate defense response. Oops, whoops. Should have saved it as JSON. There we go. Okay, so this exists here. So this, let's take a look at what the server's doing now. We eventually call into save defense. Here. This calls into the database wrapper. Here. And this apparently did something very simple. It updated is valid, serialized defense, and last defense update. I basically just want to tack on a whole bunch of stuff to a transaction. How hard can that be? Can I just pass in a transaction object and continue it over there? Don't some of the functions even do this? How do we even search for this? I guess space /w plus. Hey, we found it. Well, that wasn't so bad. Good old regex. And I guess you can also just do this, right? There. Yeah. He stole Adam's keyboard camera. Keyboard cameras have been a thing. The only person who maybe sort of admitted to using a keyboard camera because of me was Hagermanauer. And even then, it's up to everyone. They can use it. It's not like an idea I patented or something. Alright, so can we just add on to the... Yeah, we can. Okay, so this shouldn't be too bad. We should be able to just pass in a TRX object. Have it work for that. They're in different corners. I don't know what you're talking about. Mine's always been just floating off in the middle of the page here. That way you can... It's too goofy. Oh, yeah. Hey, Endorn. We need to save everything from validate defense. So we get this. It doesn't really matter for this, does it? And then changes. Blueprint and script changes. Nah, I don't like the name of that. Okay, the rest of this is fine. You have to keep that keyboard cam there. Can you add two views into the same camera? Whoa, you can. How do I stop this now? Oh, there we go. We could just make this a keyboard camera stream. Just put this over here. let's get rid of that. I didn't know you could do that. So we have changes, we have your defense. Now in save defense is when we want to use this stuff. Save defense, ID, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, this should really be changed to parameters. Hey, Jew. The subscribers are going to start pouring in for double keyboard cam. Imagine if I went out and bought like 5 more webcams and just made them different angles at the same keyboard. I should make a mouse cam. And what is this? Is valid defender. Alright, so we can just pass this in as params. Cool. Save defense needs to change entirely. Hey, Spider Dad. Spider Dad, you have such a unique username color. This used to be a mouse stream. What were these called before? So const user ID, serialized defense, is upgrading computer. This is not named that way anymore. So we should change the name over here. Good, 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 good. Cool. Piranhams. Piranhas. Yeah, so we just need to make use of this. Well, easier said than done. There's actually a lot to do here. So to do, turn this into a transaction, and then to do, make a new function that takes in a transaction and applies all blueprint and script changes. Oh, there's actually something else that needs to change before this. Your blueprints are just going to be wrong. Well, what? What? Whoa! I did not know there were context menus for this stuff. Wow. Can you go buy a GoPro with a head mount and then stream a first-person view? You know, I thought about this, actually. The other day, I was trying to figure out what's the best position for the keyboard camera, and the best position is actually, like, hanging from my face and pointing it at the keyboard. That way you get to see exactly what I would see if I looked down. But there's no way to mount a camera to my face easily. I could hang it from my glasses. I'm not above doing stupid things on stream, as evidenced by me wearing lights around my neck for like 4 months. I don't think it was that long, but that was pretty silly. Okay, so the problem we're going to run into here is that you'll pass in all the additions and updates you did. The additions will have new IDs. Those new IDs get to map. They need to be mapped back to old IDs, and they need to be updated in even your defense. So this needs to return the mappings. No, I'm sure there are head mounts. I don't have a GoPro. And I don't know what kind of stream this would turn into if I did that. If I already had one, I'd probably be willing to spend $10 on it. Just as a joke, but no, it's not worth it now. I don't know how expensive GoPros are either. Probably more than 100. This function needs to return a mapping back to the IDs that were passed in, which will be bogus for additions. Okay, I can see this working. It's not the end of the problem though. Save defense. Okay. Well, here we go. So we start a transaction in save defense. Right here. And the last thing we do in this transaction needs to be saving the defense, I guess. And duct tape your webcam on it. How is red eye still a thing? Doesn't every modern piece of software eliminate red eye? And hardware? First thing we need to do is yield for update for this user. There, user ID does exist. Now at the end of this, we want to do the update. So everything in the middle of this can go away. Hey, Sensius. Const ID mappings. I'm not sure how I want to make this happen yet, but this dot persist blueprint and script changes. That's going to be a TRX and then this and then user ID. TRX, user ID, blueprint and script changes. Oh, nice, Spider Dead. Is it online or in person? Okay, then to do, so I should make this transaction fail right here. Throw new error, fake failing the transaction for the sake of testing. But this would mean that we were successful if we got to this point, because we didn't break before we got there, which is excellent. But I don't actually want to do the save, because here's what's happening right now. The player has a set of blueprints. So maybe they have something like ID2 name kill all or something like that, right? And then you say, I want to apply a set of changes. I want to add a blueprint named defender. Well, the problem is, if you apply this change and it actually saves, then at that point you now have a blueprint named defender. So you can't tell if it worked in the future, because you'll just keep adding them and adding them and adding them, and then you'll hit the maximum. So I want to stop it right before the change goes through, but after I've verified that the change is going to work. So the to-do we need here is use ID mappings to modify the serialized defense. There needs to be a function passed in to do that, very likely. And then finally, there's one more to do at the end of this. Return the ID mappings from this function. And then eventually return them to the user. Okay, cool. So this function, this is going to be the beast of a function that we have to write. TRX user ID. You know, now that I think of it, async and await would greatly help this. I ran into problems trying to upgrade Node last time though. You have any good starting tips when starting my study, like programs, etc.? Well, SpiderDead, you can always drop into the stream or send me a message or something and ask me then too. Because I think giving you general tips without knowing anything more than just that you're doing application development is pretty tough. So yeah, if you get to the point where you're struggling with something or you just want some advice, then feel free to ask me. But I don't know how to share any, like I use, you can see all the programs that I use and I definitely recommend these, but maybe they're not applicable to what you're doing. Maybe you'll be, I don't know, doing like iOS specific stuff and then maybe you want to use Xcode or who knows what. Alright, so are we gonna, you want this to run in the background or force the code base to hold up for this to finish? I want this to run in the background, and that's already what it's doing. It's just that I'm using coroutines as the syntax for that. And I think this could be made easier by not using coroutines. Also, I'm pretty sure I didn't copy over this message correctly. Yeah. Because there's a lot of boilerplate for me to use coroutines. There's these two lines. Wait a second. This isn't right. We need that regex from before. This is what I need. Not whatever it is I just wrote. There. So you could use async, or does your Node version not have it? Yeah, my Node version doesn't have it. It may be worth updating after this. In fact, I should write that down after all of this stuff is done. Creating Node to v7 plus again. Hey, not for Bene. Things are going well today so far. I hope that keeps up. So here's where we need to do everything the way I mentioned here. So this is fine. Before saving the defense, correlating IDs. Yeah. So script additions happen first, then blueprint additions, then deletions. All right. How do we do this in the smartest way? And what does it even look like? It looks like this. Nope. The first step is to run script additions. Which is what we used to do here. A lot of this shouldn't be too bad. It's just copy pasting code I already wrote somewhere else. What is this response? Yeah, I don't think that matters. Hey, Original Pepper. Yeah, day's going well. I think it should be possible to get most of this working again today. Then there's a lot of cleanup work, testing, refactoring, But if I can kind of just prove that this works today, that'd be great. So I've got another 6-ish hours to do that. That should be long enough, I hope. Okay, so compressed JS code. So here's where we have to go through each new script. These are our serialized scripts. I should have had the server layer go through these and hydrate them all. How does that work? A lot of these answers you can get on ES6 features. What you want is this. And it shows you the ES5 that it would turn into. So it's just a shorthand way of making a temporary object and then getting properties from that temporary object. And there's also deep matching if you want it. So you can specify what the variable names are. Okay, yeah, we need to rehydrate this. I never did that. Blueprint and script changes. Right, otherwise we're just going to be guessing properties on these things. Deserialize blueprint and script changes. This isn't really the best idea, is it? The way this is set up now is that these are all just strings. I want to turn them into the objects they should be, and I guess I want to reject. Yeah, let's do it this way. So we have all these. And I want to return an object that looks almost exactly like all of those. Perhaps I should just make this a class that can be serialized and deserialized. That's probably a way better way of doing this. But for now, let's just do it this way. We could either have it modify this object or make a new one. So these don't need to be updated at all. They're just IDs. These all need to be updated. Yeah. Yeah, I guess I should do that. That way we just build up changes here too. What have I missed? Do you start streaming an hour earlier than normal? I'm so confused. Yeah, daylight saving time. It's currently 10:31 for me, and I've been online for an hour and 40 minutes. Typically, it's right. Wait, what? It's an hour earlier for you guys, right? God, I'm so bad at like thinking about this stuff. Anyway, yeah, daylight saving time is what screwed up. We moved forward an hour, so we got closer to your time. Be back normal end of March, yeah. Refactor the changes object everywhere so that it's a formal object. Hey, funny guy. Yeah. Okay, so the rest of these, this one for example, these are constant. So we'll say deserialized updated blueprints equals map updated blueprints blueprint.deserialize. Oh yeah, you're 3 hours ahead of me, right, funny guy? Yeah, good afternoon to you. And then we just do this for all of these. Deserialize new blueprints. I don't even know if we have this here. We do. We don't have script here though. And eventually this shouldn't be needed. But for right now it is. Alright, next up is script. In fact, we can probably just copy paste all of this and just change this to scripts. Oop. I should select just blueprint. There. Great. Then we output these same things. Got it. Except for that semicolon. Okay. So now that this is done, these will get all the scripts in this way. And then we can yield this here. So this will be new script dot get code. This needs to get saved as null if it doesn't exist. I think that's pretty important. Oh no. Oh, it needs to be compressed. Hey, Void Dreamer. Man, nothing's ever easy. Yeah, this isn't gonna work. This is why I just shouldn't deal with compression at all. Do you feel you're close to getting it mostly knocked out? Not really that close in completing everything, but here's kind of what things look like today, or really for the rest of this week. This is progress. We're just gonna type prog. So from 0 to 100%, I'm probably like here. And at this point, this is where I'll be happy. And then from here to the rest of this is just a bunch of like busy work. So yeah. We are at the point today where I'll find out whether I'm going to be happy about the progress. But then there's still a ton of work. I was mentioning this earlier. Yeah, I'm just talking about the bug. The bunch of busy work is going to be testing to make sure this bug doesn't happen again in the future, cleaning up the code, merging branches. Actually, merging branches is simple. Refactoring. We need to compress Blockly for all of these things. Which is where this would come in. This is why I don't want to deal with compression at all. First promise. That's this. Okay, there. And that would just keep this as null if it was already null. Experiment. I like olives. Hey, Ski Dog. Ski Dog, I've always meant to ask, how many quotes do you have on your bot now? Then we need to compress Blockly as well. We should have multiple things to compress in here. And there's just nothing that's good about this. This is why I should have never dealt with compression. 5, okay. Yeah, for how long I've been streaming, you'd expect me to have more quotes than I do. And actually I have a note devoted to quotes that I haven't made into quotes yet. And they go back, there's a backlog of 1 month. But some of them maybe aren't worth it. I gotta pick through them still. Hey Lucius. Surprised at all this coding. I'm in a web design class and this is so much. Yeah, I think, well, this project's been underway for a year and a half. So there's a lot of code in this. And the thing that I'm working on now is actually, I think, pretty complex even for me. So I think if you're still a student learning this stuff, try not to be daunted by this. And if you ever have any questions, feel free to ask. Pineapple on pizza. Don't you dare, Spirit Man. Pineapple is good on pizza. Right, no, Ski Dog, that's what I'm saying. Is you've only had the quote feature for 2 weeks at this point? And when I asked how many quotes there are, I remember I was number 1. That's why I knew you must have just gotten the quote feature. So I want to know how many you were generating. But yeah, like 4-ish. Got it. Yeah, I know, Spirit Man. But my original reasoning was still, there was at least some knowledge behind it, which was the client sends a script to the game server, or to the account server, and then the account server sends it to the database. And I didn't want to have to compress it here, decompress it here, then compress it here and decompress it here. I thought, that's silly, right? Because then you have multiple endpoints doing the same thing. I'll just compress it on the client, and then in transit, nothing has to happen, and it can get right into the database, but that caused a lot of issues. So we're probably going to get rid of that. Hey, Adne. And hey, Avexator. Good old olive poisoning. Many humans have succumbed to olive poisoning. Okay, Blockly XML. So script name, new script.get name. Assuming this even has a get name. Neat animation, Adne. So, first of all, thank you for resubbing and welcome back. Second, do you have to pay to be a Streamlabs subscriber? What was the page again to share pictures? Imager? Hey Simon. So we have get name, user ID is just going to be user ID, is temporary, is not going to exist. We'll say false here. What is all this for? Lucius, this is all for a game that I'm making called Botland, which is online right now. But in general, the first 3 questions are probably going to be the most important ones for you. Like, what am I doing on stream? What's the game all about? How do I play it? So I do suggest looking at the FAQ. Part of the reason I link this, and again, this is not to be snarky or anything, but there are probably a lot of other questions that you have that are on this list. And you don't have to read them all. I don't mind if you keep asking questions off here and I could just keep saying, hey, it's on the FAQ, it's on the FAQ. So I'm not very strict in this chat. As long as you're not being a jerk, you're fine. I'm doing well, Simon. I think things have been going generally pretty well. Okay, so the first thing we do is we add in new scripts. So script additions need to happen. Oh, we need to get the IDs that we had. Yeah. So const ID mappings, scripts, blueprints. And from here we need to return ID mappings. Okay, so then this is script insert response. I don't know what this is. I think it's a number, but it might be an array of a number. What is it? Script ID array. I don't like that. I'm trying to think if there's a better way to do this. Can you insert an element and then get dot first on it? No, that's limit one. Wait, can you do that? Huh. How is Blockly stored? XML, right? It's not possible to go from code Blockly, only Blockly to code. Yes and yes. The only caveat is that Blockly is stored as compressed XML. So you were right on everything, just there's the additional restriction that it's compressed. I don't know how this works in MySQL, so let's go find out. What's the simplest table we have? Probably game versions. Select star from game versions. Yeah, so if I say insert into game versions, string rep released at, created at, values, one now. Can I put a limit 1 on here or no? Yeah, you can't use limit 1. Oxygen is leaking again. Yeah, that'll be done in a couple of minutes. Probably less. Okay, well this doesn't really matter. We can make do with this. So here's where we get the ID. Script ID equals this 0 dot something. Oh darn it. What's the dot something? This? Oh, this is 0. Yeah, there you go. Hey pawn. How's it pawning? What are you doing? Why do you limit 1 the insert? I don't. I just want to see if that worked. So here's what happens. When you insert into MySQL, you get an array of IDs of elements inserted. So what I thought is, if I insert into MySQL limit 1, do I just get a single ID? But no, that doesn't work. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Okay, so then ID mappings dot scripts, script ID equals, so it's the old one to the new one. We need to do it that way. New script dot get ID. Wait, no. So just to be clear, excuse me, limit 1 on an insert doesn't work. It's limit 1 on select will work. Yeah, so that was just me testing something. Turns out it doesn't function the way I thought it did. Okay, so at this point, new scripts will have been added. Then blueprint additions using the new script IDs. So this is one of the tough parts here. And here we go. Whoops. Oh, that worked. Okay, cool. So new blueprints. Let's see if I can do this. So we'll put a bookmark there and we'll go into create. All right, update that. I don't care about that. It's this. This is what needs to get done here. This would be old blueprint ID. This will be blueprint insert response. This will be the new blueprint ID, and this will be blueprints. Blueprints. All that's fine. Then this needs to be done here. So hardware config. This stuff will have all been serialized. No, it won't have been. It's a little frustrating. Is there a better way to do this? Get hardware configuration. Is there a serialized database? No. Well, it doesn't matter. There's only one serialized function here. Then cosmetics loadout. Then name. Name is easy. Is temporarily false. And then is attack. Do we even have this information in an accessor? No, we don't. That's okay. Doesn't matter. New blueprint.is attack. Okay. Also, there's something missing over here. Right there. What? Unexpected token? Yep, I don't know what the unexpected token is. But that's not good. We should get a PS4 and play Horizon Zero Dawn. It's like 3D Botland. Is it really? Wait, is this like PS4 version of Zelda? Write a PS4 emulator? No, thank you. Okay, I don't know what the error is here. Like, I don't see anything wrong. It's 45. Where's column 45? Right here. So this equals. Pretty sure this is how this is supposed to work. And this is in a coroutine, right? Yeah. Use semicolon after the word false? No. It's coming from this line. Apparently it's this. It's probably the yield. Oh, right. This is the problem. You can't use yield from inside of for each. From, what's it called? Lodash is for each. Yeah, that's the issue. In fact, I wonder if we could just do it this way. Will that work? No, same error. Okay, so then we just need to change this to a regular for loop, which, to be honest, I don't like. And I'm not totally sure what's causing this problem. But let's do it this way, I guess. There. And now the problem should be fixed. Yeah. And now it's coming from here, I think. 2160, yeah. So this is pretty silly. We shouldn't have to do this. It's not a huge deal. There. And now everything should build fine. Duplicate declaration user ID. Where? Do what? Where is this? Duplicate declaration user ID. Oh, that's coming from. Hey, Mantis. Why don't you use for of and for in? For of changes to very scary code. For a of 1, 2, 3. Or no, maybe for of is much better now. Huh. This didn't used to be this way. Oh, it's when you iterate. Yeah, there we go. Yeah. You can see what this code turns into. This is very simple looking code, and it turns into multiple try catches. And I just never wanted to use that. Granted, it's probably native in Node now, so I wouldn't have a problem with that, and I can undo that logic. B equals hello world for A of B console.log A. Symbol iterator is not a function. Well. I still didn't figure this part out. User ID is already defined here. This never changed the params. Okay, so everything should build now. Yeah, it's not going to work yet, by any means. Yep. Okay. That's fine. Because we're going to get it to work. So, script ID. Why is script ID not even here? Script ID, which I believe should exist there. Describe bot days. Script ID, yep. So the script ID needs to be correct. Script ID equals new blueprint dot. Hey, Calic. And then the correct one is going to be ID mappings dot scripts old script ID. There. Okay, that might actually work. So that's 2 of them. I have handled 2 now. I need to handle 4 more. So we're like a third of the way there. Not really, because the other ones are probably a little bit easier than the one I just did. So all script additions need to happen first, then blueprint additions, then deletions, then updates. Hey, Yellow League. Okay, so deletion should be pretty easy. Delete. How does this work? We make sure that something exists there to delete. I don't think that really matters. Can we just do this? Okay, so let I equals 0, I is less than deleted scripts. I mean, this isn't even technically correct. We need to do deleted blueprints as well. Okay, there we go. Next is scripts. There should be a delete script. Here it is. Update all of your bays that use that script. Did I do this? I don't think I did this. Oh, man. Yeah, I don't think I did this. That's too bad. Okay, well, let's do that in a second. Yeah, that's too bad. So where did I start to write this stuff? Make sure that deleting a script that was being used by an unmodified blueprint will update the blueprint. Hey, Banana. Check personal message. Like Twitch personal message or email? I guess I should have asked, is this important first? Yeah, okay. So G240, I don't know what you're talking about. I didn't find a message. Unless you go by a different name. Yeah, anyway, let me know. I got a message from someone, but it wasn't from you. Is this real? Yeah, this is real. Wait, what? Where? I'm so confused. Where did you send the message? Oh, did you whisper it? Because if so, whispers aren't. Oh, you did whisper it. Oh, man. I'm not getting my whispers correctly. All right. Man, I don't know what's going wrong here. And you guys have seen this happen too, I'm pretty sure. If you have two tabs for Twitch open, your whispers go to one of them, not to both of them. I don't have two tabs open. I have a chat client open and I have this open. I don't know why I don't get whispers on the Chrome tab. Oh well. Anyway, yeah, it's real. You can click that link G240 and mess with my lights if you want to. All right. What would even do this? Let's see. It would be the result of deleting a script. I am pretty sure I never did this. Yeah, deleted script. So we need to even validate existing blueprints. In here. It's been reported a bunch of times. Yeah. Okay, I am going to just step away for like 2 minutes and just grab a snack. But should I? Yeah, let's just do this. Yeah, I'll be right back in like 2 minutes. It probably won't even take 2 minutes. Okay. Snack defense. When did you stop hiding your cameras when going to lunch? I've never hidden my cameras. If you check out VODs from like even super long ago, let's pick Let's pick a random VOD here. Blam, day 98. Although maybe lunch already happened at that point in the stream. Yeah, okay, fine. So that doesn't count because... Aha! See? As far back as day 98, I still had cameras showing. Okay, next up are updates. So updated blueprints and updated scripts. Here it is, update script. Takes in a bunch of stuff. Overall, this is pretty simple. Wouldn't it be nicer to be fully immersed? So Digi, the reason I keep the cameras on is because people can still change my lights while I'm gone. And I didn't want someone to follow the stream like a minute before I went to lunch and then get a link and be like, what is this link for? And they click it and they're like, this has to be spam. Is that milk? No, that's Soylent. I didn't eat anything, Yellow League. I just got a glass of Soylent, that's all. This is only supposed to tide me over till lunch. The goal is not be full from this. For those of you curious, for anyone new to the stream, if you follow, you get a link that looks like this. And you can click these buttons. Actually, you know what, let me turn this off. There. Now it'll get super red in here. Yeah, let's set them back to normal. Actually, I'll probably raise these ones a little bit. There. Pretty good. I know Priest, I don't think it has much of a taste, to be honest. I think it's pleasant. As far as updating this script, we need to update pretty much all of these same properties that we had here. So JavaScript code, Blockly XML, name, user ID can't change and isTemp can't change, so those things are fine. So there's that. And then there's one more change. Wait, Ranma. Did I miss a message in chat? Did I miss a message in chat? Oh, I can help for MySQL. I see. Oh, yeah, and thanks for helping Banana out, Ranma. I almost gave you 314 points. Is there a SQL statement I could use to count the number of emails and give an additional entry if they are referred? I don't think this is even the right example output given what you said here. Wouldn't you want... Oh, never mind. I see what you're saying. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, I don't know how to do that. But there probably is a way. So ID mappings are only for new scripts, yeah. So we just need to do this for updated blueprints as well. I mean, really easier said than done. There's a lot of other bugs here. Okay, so we have update blueprint right here. Update name. This is all if this stuff existed. We're gonna just assume it all exists, I suppose. Yeah. Oh, Stokiza. Welcome back. Thanks to the resub. It made my lights dim again. Blueprint.getID. And I hope I did the same thing here for script. Okay. Script ID. This should just be updated blueprint.get script ID. User ID isn't going to change. That's not going to change. And this probably can't change. But we might as well update it. All right, that's that. Now we have ID mappings. Now use it to modify the serialized defense. What's wrong with that? Well, sometimes you want to just run these things in MySQL, or maybe have it as a stored procedure or something. If you had a script, it's just a little more unwieldy. All right. Well, we've got all of this stuff. Now we need to use it for this. So let's go get our sample response. I don't like what I'm going to have to do here, but I don't know a better way to do it. Here is what your defense looks like. And these blueprint IDs may be the temporary blueprint IDs that we had. So we need to go through all of these, and we need to update them to what the correct one is, and then reserialize it. I think there's no other way to do this than to just deserialize this and go through it. So the problem is this. The client creates scripts and blueprints without knowing the ID of the script or blueprint. Will eventually be on the account server. So for example, player has scripts 1, 5, and 7 already. Player creates a new script. Client assigns an ID of -1 to it. Player creates another new script. Client assigns an ID of -2. Now finally, player tries to save all of this. So the client sends -2, -1, 1, 5, and 7 to the account server. Now the account server has the game server validate all of the information that was passed. The game server says that everything checks out. Actually, you know what, now that I think about it, I guess part of this could be give the game server access to the database. So the account server using the client assigned IDs since they won't exist. Yeah. Hey, Liquidor. So here's the problem. I think the solution is just iterate through all of the things that the account server is trying to save and change the IDs to the new ones. I thought the best solution was only having a single entry point into the database. It's not necessarily the best solution. But I don't think I want to add another. I don't think I want the game server to be able to modify the database. Yeah, I'll just iterate over this. I think that'll work fine. Is it possible to count all data in MySQL? I'm not exactly sure what you're saying, but in general, yes, it's possible. So for example, if I want to figure out how many users are in Botland, I'll just run this on my local machine. I can just say select count star from users, and it says 4. And that's because on my local machine I have Adam 1, 2, 3, and 4. All right, well, we'll iterate over this then. I don't like this, but what are you going to do? So we need a function in here, something like so serialized defense. This needs to be in the account server class, and we need the ID mappings that we got here. It'll update blueprints. Actually, it'll just update blueprints. That's it. A drop database. Yes, that's right. All right, so this function needs to be passed in. We pass it in right here. What's it called? This dot update serialized defense function dot bind this. We could just pass in blueprint ID mappings. I don't see why. Blueprint ID mappings. Step 1 is deserialize this so that it looks like this. So let's just paste this here, comment it out, and then get rid of all of the other ones that we have. There. Why do that? I think it's a cleaner way of doing it. Hey, Fuchida. It's this. Yeah, I think it's cleaner looking. If you do put it, if you type it out like this, I think the problem is that you have temp dot multiple times. I don't like that. Now we iterate over all of the things in defense, or all of the bots at least, for each defense.bots serialized bot. We want its blueprint ID. This. So serialized bot dot blueprint ID equals blueprint ID mappings serialized bot dot blueprint ID. Done. Honestly, that's not so bad. I'm not a huge fan of this. So next up, probably make sure all this worked. Yeah, all right. So the making sure it worked part, that's always the kicker, right? Anyone can write code, but writing code that works, that's a whole other story. If only you could just mash on the keyboard all day and it would produce good things. All right, well, let's start with fixing linting errors. And then from there, we'll go to running this. And from there, we'll go to testing it at some point. We're not nearly done yet. Yeah, things like this. Blockly XML is assigned a value but never used. Great. Same thing. New script is not defined. This is why it was so good to lint things. Drop table command should have an "Are you sure" dialog. I don't know. Yeah, maybe. I think if you have any real database with real information, you're probably not even typing drop anywhere near that code. You working on the part where bots are tied to Limbo blueprints that then need to be updated? Yeah, that is what I'm doing. Well, and that's what's done already, actually. So here's what happens. I made this persist blueprint and script changes. The way that this works is it goes through, adds in your new scripts, and saves off what IDs you thought they were to what IDs they ended up being. Then it makes your new blueprints. And same thing, saves off the IDs that you thought they were to what those ended up being. Then when you update your defense, we call into this function. So your defense got saved with a whole bunch of old blueprint IDs. So we just update those. And now we got to test if it works. All right. This is assigned a value but never used. Cool. Assigned a value but never used. Oh, very bad. Okay. Whoops. Whoops, indeed. There we go. Unreachable code, that's fine. This we're leaving in for right now. I need to make absolutely certain that this works. We're going to have a ton of bugs the next time I upload Botland, which probably won't be till next week, by the way. The game is online right now, but it's just an old version. Yeah, there have been 25 games played today on it. Also, what are the times for this? Average wait time is 64 milliseconds. I think that's just because it's got to reach out to the database every single time right now. All right, this is already defined. So it is. What did I mean to do here? What did I mean to do? Why did I have this 5 times? Okay, cool. That's done. You did rm-rf backend/app, deleting most of the app on a production server. Because it would. Oh, that's really bad. Really, really bad. And I made like a million tiny bugs here. It's a good thing linting fixes them for me. These are defined but never used. I don't believe you. Huh. Okay, I do believe you. But then that means... Wait, what? When did I get rid of these? Did this used to exist here? No. I think I just added these to the wrong file. I'm trying to think back. This was like 15 minutes ago. I don't recall. Alright, well, whatever. We'll just rely on... Yeah, we'll just rely on the linter. Assigned a value but never used. Clone deep. Okay, yeah, that's right. Paul, this reminds me, at the last AGDQ, there was a speed run that was done where it was 2 people on 1 controller. I imagine if you had an engineer who was typing on this side of the keyboard and then the other engineer who was pressing enter, and the other engineer is just messing around, so they're like RM. They just keep hitting enter. That'd probably be utter chaos. Even for the speed run, sometimes it didn't really work that well. I don't know how much they practice it though. Entertaining at least. Oh, Bobokin. Welcome back. Thanks for the resub. And hey, Hitch Slap. Alright, I think it's a little too dark in this room with just 4 lights on. That's why we need to just constantly type flashbang. Oh, that one took a while. Where is it? There it is. Nice. Time to test. We need to restart everything. And then we just run this command right here. Did it work? Did it work? No. What happened? Error, wrong value count on row. Column count doesn't match value count. What? It's apparently coming from here, although I can't open this file. Coming from persist, yeah, of course, but where inside of that function? Oh, 1909. This. Oh, that doesn't help. We need one step higher than this to be able to know where this really happened. Alright, well, let's just take a look at the code. July 44th. Ah, yes, the 700th month of the year. So something's going wrong in here. I don't know what, so let's just print some stuff out. Oh wait, we don't even need to do that anymore. We have node inspect. So we just run this right here. Then we get rid of the one from cluster run. Inspect. We rerun that, rerun this, and get the DevTools link. Okay, I'm pretty sure we should stop printing these things out. The entire inventory every single time we start up. I don't have a print all items function. Is there an inventory toString that's doing that? Something's printing chances too. What is that? Salvage pack generator, oh my god. That. This is what's printing everything? Print statistics. Where is this being called from? Gotcha. Cache rarity list. Goodbye. Foul code. Okay. Now we can just open this up and find out what's happening. Except for maybe we can't because I might not have had that break in on an error. Yeah, it doesn't break in on an error. We could just put pause on caught exceptions maybe. Oh, that worked perfectly. Except for this is probably the wrong call stack. Yep. Well, that doesn't help us, but we always have just straight up debugger statements. So let's just put that in. Let's put this here. And go restart this. And restart this. Then I send this command one more time, and here we are. So something in here is breaking. It's probably, yep, there it is. That wasn't very hard to figure out. All right, we'll run that again and find out exactly why it's breaking. So JavaScript code, does this exist? Yes. Oh, but it's, oh. What? What am I supposed to do? Save just the data? Oh god, I have no idea how I used to do this. Uncompressed JS code. We get compressed JS code, which turns this into a buffer, doesn't it? Then we call update script with that. This isn't even. Oh, it's this. Compressed JS code. Okay, cool. So I'm doing something wrong. That part is obvious, but what am I doing wrong? What's the output of... Oh, I know. I know what's going on. This is going to get its toString run. It was just a buffer. I want to get rid of compression. This is killing me. This is definitely killing me. I wonder if someone's written an article on this. Compression in application versus database. I guess I mostly just want something on Stack Overflow. I want to see what people say about this. Nah, I'll look at this later. I'm not going to fix this right now anyway. No, those loading speeds don't have to do with whether I'm compressing anything in the database. They'd all get compressed via HTTP anyway, as long as the client accepts gzipped content. And if they don't, I don't know what browser they're on nowadays that doesn't accept gzipped content. They're only hurting themselves and my bandwidth. They're only hurting me. Oops, sorry. I just bumped my chair. That just screwed up my camera, didn't it? Hey, Blueberry King. How is this gonna work? We need to do buffer.from. We probably don't have access to buffer right now. Oh, we do. That gives us an array. If we just did toString on this. Yeah, okay, well, knowing that this is compressed, we could do that, but I don't like this. Hey, Chris. Okay, let's try that out. At least this won't spam a bunch of stuff when it starts up. Used to spam every single item that was in the game. An attack gave me a new error. Unfortunately, I can't see the match ID. Trying to find it. Do you at least know the error? Okay, here goes. Oops, what'd I do? Okay, here goes. Got it. Nice. Okay, let's take a look. Does this now work? No, still doesn't. Oh, man. All right, what is the exception? Oh, hey, it gives us the... How do I copy this? Error.message? Perfect. It says type buffer data. Yeah, that's wrong. That's supposed to be... That's supposed to be a string. So wait, this happened in an attack against you, Liquidor? No, wait. It says match results. You failed to defeat Cucumber Owl. No, no, no. This is your attacking Cucumber Owl. Get filter of entity. Interesting. This is an animation thing. Happened every phase when I was attacking Cucumber. Alright, I could take a look. I'll SSH it in the machine. And then we'll take a look from there. Okay, you said you are 34. No, you're 5. Yeah. Select ID from matches where attacker ID equals 5 and defender ID equals 34. 3103. So now we just go to play.bot.land. 3103 is the number. So here's the match. Let's see if we get errors too. Huh, interesting. Is it really dark suddenly? Oh, I turned off 2 of the lights so that for people who were changing the lights, it would be more obvious. But then nobody changed the lights. Get filter of entity. An entity is undefined here. Set uniforms of entity. What happened here? Is something weird going on with landmines or something? Reach destination. Get shader time. Oh, a laser was fired. But the... Oh, wait a sec. Oh my god. I know what's going on. This is a bug. Yeah. Man, Cucumber Owl keeps making defenses and attacks that are going to find bugs. So here's what's happening. When a laser hits someone, it colors its target based on what kind of laser it was. When a laser is fired but hits no one, it has no target, so it doesn't work. Okay, that's a bug, and that's actually pretty easy to fix too. I'm gonna give a point to Cucumber Owl as well. So bug, whiffed lasers, try to set a shader effect on their targets, but they don't have a target. Yeah. Well, if you just ignore that, what happens? Okay, nothing really. So you can ignore this error, you'll just get 1,000,000 of them in your console. Yeah. Cucumber Owl's defense is actually pretty funny. And it's actually a pretty good strategy too. I never really thought of this. So while he's just standing there, the bots on top will shoot lasers upward. The bots on bottom will shoot lasers downward. And this one shoots them randomly? No, just up. Oh no, I think it's randomly, yeah. Wow. That's pretty great. I like the defense. Well, yeah, Liquidor. I wasn't saying like, oh, here's why you lost. I was more just taking a look at here's the defense. All right, well, let's go back to what I was working on, which is getting this stupid thing to work. Buffer.from. I don't know how this worked. Promisify gzip. Whatever that returned is what we would save directly to the database. So we need to figure out what that's returning. Let's go to desktop del. Oh my god. Desktop del test performance. And then main. So promisify gzip. Where do I use this? I don't promisify it, but it doesn't really matter. What I need to know is what does this print out? Or what type of thing is this? So let's just get rid of all of this. Actually, we can't do that. All of this. B equals gzip sync. It's a buffer. That should be the same thing as doing buffer.from on this, is it not? Yeah, they are the same. What's going on then? Maybe the promiseified version returns something different? Let's get Bluebird here and then install Bluebird. And then try the promiseified version. Promiseified gzip equals promise.promisify zlib.gzip. Just like that, I think. You could just take a look at where I set this. Yeah. Then we run it on this. Dot then b. Whoops. God, I didn't mean to do that. Yeah, it's still the same. What am I doing wrong here? Compressed code. We save that here. And then compressed code should also be here. Buffer.from new script.get code. Does that not return what I expect it to? Hey, JBugsy. Yeah, this is just going to continually fail. Let's stop it again right at the beginning. Right here. So compressed code should be a buffer. It is. So when I try to save this, what happens? This should be a bunch of weird characters. Yep. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. But we need to get this again. This is what's failing. Type buffer. It's got to be this. Because this is Blockly XML. Oh, right. Yeah, whoops. Okay, problem solved. This. Oh, that's frustrating. That's even more frustrating, in fact. Okay, well, let's fix it this way. I want to get rid of compression on all this stuff. But now is not the time just yet. There. Now it should all be working. Okay, let's take a look. Nope. Failed immediately. No, wait, here? What? Is that the error that we're getting? Is e.message fake fail? It is. Something very unusual just happened then. This jumped to code that I don't understand that at all. I was here. It went from this yield. What if I put a breakpoint right there? Okay, then yeah, this just doesn't make sense. I skipped over this and it went to the end of the function for some reason. So apparently, let's just put breakpoints at the beginning of each for loop. Apparently this function's working and I just can't step through it correctly. New blueprints, deleted, updated, update. Yep, okay, I guess it's working. Well, that's good news. And then yeah, as soon as you hit step over right here, it just goes to the end of the function. I still don't know why. And the ID mappings we got are what? Blueprints 9 goes to 11, 4 goes to 8, 5 goes to 9. Does that make sense? Yeah, it does actually. Yeah, because every failed transaction is going to keep incrementing those. Did I just start? No, I've been online for almost 3 hours now. Power Rangers 2 days in a row. Alright. I will purge you for slightly longer then. Coffee, next time you want to say something, first of all, I guess you have to wait 3 minutes. And next time, probably don't start it with a bunch of spam. You were maybe about to say something real after that, because I see a so. But yeah, you'll have to wait 3 minutes now. Yeah, so for all I know, this is working then. So we need to fix some other stuff before we remove that fake fail. That's done. This. Hey, IntroKid. Make sure that deleting a script that was being used by an unmodified blueprint will update the blueprint to use no script. Probably tomorrow as well. Man. Okay, so this gets modified in blueprint and script validator. What did I write down here? We need to validate all, why is this weirdly formatted? We need to validate all available blueprints by the end to see if they're using a deleted script ID. If so, we output that as an updated script. But only if it was just an existing one, right? You can't make new ones use deleted IDs. But it is user provided data, so I guess nothing's stopping you from that. There is validate blueprint. How does this work? Script ID. Make sure it exists. Yeah. Okay, I know what's happening. I'm just not sure where I should do this to fix it. Let me think about this. So validate existing blueprints. Turn those into updates. Yeah. even if you, oh man, how do I do this? Even if you didn't modify an existing blueprint, we may still update it if you deleted the script that it used. So what we need to do here is to do detect blueprints that are not considered to be updated. Actually, even if they're updated, it doesn't really matter. Like maybe you change the name of a blueprint. Wait a sec. Make sure we're using a script that the player currently has access to. So wait, no, this is wrong. If not script exists, if it's a deletion, then it's okay that it doesn't exist. We just set the blueprints script to null here. So if script was deleted, we just say return this dot script changes dot deleted script. What? This is source data, right? Where does it even get used? Script changes dot deletions. Is there a contains? Just index of. But I think I'd rather have find on an object, just in case I change how this works. I can tell you who mentioned it yesterday. It was P3D Images. And I have tried it actually, JBugsy. I think it's pretty good. Still, if it's $150, I suggest you go to a store that has it and try typing on it, even if it's not connected to anything. So we could just do index of why this happens so late. Like, imagine if I wasn't streaming for 8 hours a day and this happened 3 hours into my stream. I might already be offline by that point, right? You forgot a dot? Oh yeah, you're right. So this doesn't even happen here yet. Script. If this is what happens and we say blueprint dot set script ID, we don't have a set script ID. Let's do it this way. No, this is fine. I think this is fine. So what this is saying is it's fine if we don't have a script ID, we won't even enter into this. And that's okay. That just means you never made a script. But if we do have a script, it needs to be something you have access to unless it was just deleted by you. In which case this should be null. Yeah. Hey, Haziel. And hey, Romania. It's going well. Yeah, Jay Bugsy, if you're curious about that and the feeling has to be perfect, it sounds like you just need to go to a store. Because even if you have 10 people tell you, yeah, this is the best keyboard, it still might not be right for you. I mean, I bet if you ask people what color switches do you want in a mechanical keyboard, you'd probably have, 30% saying one of them and 30% saying another one of them and 10% for another color. And if you just happen to ask the 10%, then they might all lead you in that direction. You have a delete script ID, I think. It's right under the function you just made. Oh, I think I know what you're talking about. And that's fine. Validate deleted scripts. This needs to still be done though. So let me think about this. If you updated a script at all, then it would have gone through that other function. We could just validate your existing blueprints, actually. Hey, Resfriato. Did you hear back from Amazon? I'm going to just ask you that every day. I'm going to make you more nervous than you probably already are. Because, dude, if you hate that keyboard, you shouldn't use it. Take blueprints that are not considered to be updates. And validate their... And make sure their blueprint ID is still... Or their script ID. Oh, you got the job. Nice. Congratulations. There. That's my way of congratulating you. I see, Kazoon. Can't find anything anymore. Oh, today's the day. I know what's about to happen. I'm gonna have to roll my R's is what's about to happen. Alright. Let's have it. I'm not gonna roll them until the event. Until the happening. Alright, these were ones that were here to begin with. I don't even think I've got them. Alright, it would happen from here. This. Player details? Yeah, I think it's in player details. I'm thoroughly confused. Please explain. You'll see in a second. I think you'll see in a second. Alright, there it is. Alright, so here's the deal. Every time Resfriado resubs, I have to say his name the right way, which is rolling the R's, but I'm always embarrassed about doing it. But, so thank you for resubbing Resfriado. There. Welcome back. We stopped there. I can kind of roll my R's in isolation, but certain letters preceding them makes it so much harder for some reason, like T's. Man, I just gotta go like... I gotta do that repeatedly for hours on end, then I can say that name. Fuck chance. Alright. So the only other thing I need to do is this, player scripts, player blueprints. First, make sure this wasn't already considered be an update. What was that, pink flash? That was whenever someone subscribes, it flashes the lights a bunch of times. Subscribing, cheering, flashbang, and people just following and using the light control link. Those are all the things that change the lights. Okay, so how do we know whether something was an update? We don't. Blueprint changes dot updates. Banana, a lot of people say that. There isn't really an easy way to do this, I think. And it's just an override, Banana. Yeah, if this is one of the updates. The problem is that we only have updates in serialized formats. No, Hideo, I was there for that actually. I heard you say that. No, I host Zeef whenever he's online and I'm about to sign off. Zeef is always top pick. And Haziel, it's points, not point. Okay. So let's see. Solution number 1 is keep track of all blueprint IDs that are updates. That might actually be the only, well, there is another solution, I guess. Deserialize the blueprints when checking to see if an existing one was updated. Executive. J Bugsy, yeah, rolling R's isn't really part of English. And even for people speaking English, there are some words that you only read and then you don't know how to pronounce. I've heard this from people who've been in the US their entire lives. There was one, oh, what was it? Actually, one girl I talked to, I think it was iron, that she didn't know how to pronounce until she was, I don't know, 15 or something, because she just never, what was it this? I forgot what word it was. Maybe it was something else. Maybe it was irony or something. Hey, Tribs. Okay, how bad would it be to do this? Keep track of all the ones that were updates. Probably not too bad. Updated blueprint IDs. This is only around for validate existing blueprints. Hey, Sean. To be fair, I think most people who complain about English, or learning it at least, pronunciation is almost always one of the things they complain about, because the rules make no sense. There are no rules. There are too many loan words. All updated blueprints need to be put here. And at this point, we have now used blueprint.getID enough times where we should just make a variable out of it. However, I do think I'm going to end up refactoring these functions. But for now, let's do it. Can give points randomly. You have to pick a person. Yeah, random pronunciation rules. It's pretty bad. I actually just remembered a word that I thought was pronounced a different way. I think I've told you guys about this before. But it's cadre. So if index of this blueprint dot get ID so if it is not an update, and also it's using a deleted ID, yeah. Hey, Techlico. Alright. Finally, make sure it still corresponds to a valid script. And if it doesn't, we've got to run this. So we could say validate blueprint script ID, blueprint, and just put all this code in there. I like this a lot better. How does it work when everyone buys light? Does it queue? No, the only queuing happens if multiple people follow, it queues giving them tokens. So that if you were to use them immediately, there wouldn't be any overriding. But if 2 people are trying to control the lights, it just overrides them. In fact, you can see how they're set to pink behind me right now. If I do a flashbang of any color, actually, it doesn't matter what, even like red, it'll set them to red and then set them back to white at the end. So there. So that's a good way to undo whatever anyone else has done. It just costs a random amount of points. And also it's only for subscribers. Having no script ID is valid. And there we go. Cool. This is done, and this just needs to be done here. Oh, except for this isn't even totally right. If this ended up modifying the blueprint, then we need to add it to the updated ones. Man, this is just difficult. Turns true if it modifies the blueprint. So if modified, then we need to output this as an updated blueprint, which is done here. If we just modified it, then we need to output it as an updated blueprint. There's gonna be a lot of tests for this class that I need to write. Okay, so that part's hopefully done. Yeah. Cool, okay. All right, should we test it? Should we take off the training wheels and test it? Throw new error. Where is this happening? There's a fake error I have. Where is it? It's in the database wrapper, I think. Fake failing. Yeah, this. All right, here it goes. Here goes the test of a lifetime. This is just going to be crazy. Actually, before we even get to the test, let's lint first. So probably find a couple of errors at least we can fix without having to run code. Missing semicolon. Yep, see? That's how they get you. Alright, that doesn't really matter. But the rest of these are fine. Yeah, just being in chat, that's all. Can you imagine us being active and people actually wanted to hoard points? They would probably all write bots. You asked your webcam to make sure your eyes are on him the whole time. That'd be hilarious. I gotta add that as a quote. Alright, here goes. I'm a little terrified about this. So let's try the easy case. We're just gonna hit save and we're gonna see what happens. Successfully saved. That's actually very surprising. Okay, is it correct though? Do we have all these same bots on the defense now? So these were empty Omega bots. If we refresh the page, do we have empty Omega bots? No, they're all gone. Okay, well that didn't work. Importing defense, assertion error, false equals true. Oh yeah, obviously. Obviously false isn't equal to true. Alright, where's this happening? Hardware component. Slot configuration is undefined. Well, that's not good. No name, override, owner, waypoint. There's no hardware on this. Shouldn't it have a blueprint? It doesn't have a blueprint. Uh-oh. I might have accidentally set that to null. Yeah, whoops. Thanks, Void Dreamer. Oh, yeah, this is what's wrong. Constant new blueprint ID equals this. If not is nil new blueprint ID, then this is equal to the new one. Yeah, whoops. Let's just put a console.log in there for now, saying updating serialized bot.blueprint ID to new blueprint ID. There. Hey, Juo. If IRC stays while you're away, I might use it to get points. I mean, you could do that, but points are really only used for two things. Buying light control and getting onto the Lunch BRB screen. That's it. Test number 2. Alright, we can never edit this defense again. Update users set serialized defense equals null. Done. Now we can edit it. Great, cool. So now let's put down bots in the shape of a 4, because this is user number 4. Now when we refresh the page, are they still in the shape of a 4? They'd better be. Perfect. Perfect. Okay. Test number 2. We're gonna run through a bunch of tests. In fact, we should probably just write down all of these things here. We really should just aim for code coverage. So let's try all sorts of things. Let's update just the name of this bot to Omega 2. Update and save. Now we refresh the page. We go in. Whoops, wrong account. We go into the correct account. And the name is Omega 2. Perfect. Okay, let's make this a little bit faster on ourselves by searching for these changes. This will make it so that it auto logs us in and immediately edits our defense. So we can change the name. Let's try changing hardware. We'll put lasers level 3 on it and save. Now we refresh the page and they should have lasers level 3. Perfect. So we can change name, hardware. What about cosmetic items? So if we put Earth Head on here and we hit save again, so you'll be able to see whether they look different when we connect again. Perfect, that's all working. Great. Now what if we tried updating this to put Wasp Head on? Oh wait, we already can do that. Wasp Torso. We only own one of these. So if we try saving our defense now, it should fail. Okay, it probably did fail, but it didn't return anything to the client about that. No, what? What happened? It didn't save, it didn't error? Huh. Yeah, I don't know what happened here. If I refresh the page, yeah, it's not going to save changes. Okay. Well, that's a bug. What does a for each cycle have? So just FYI, any for loop can be written as a while loop and vice versa. So there's nothing unique about them really. They're just shortcuts for certain things. Next is a for loop is set up like this. You have an initial statement, then a test statement, and then a loop statement. Or this happens every loop. I'll call it every loop, I guess. And then you have the body of the statement here. So just knowing this is actually pretty important, the generic way of doing this. Next, for each, you typically have some collection and then a thing to run for each collection. And that thing is usually a function. In JavaScript, it would be a function. So the difference here is that a for loop, you have control over what happens every single loop and not just necessarily increasing a number. And so for each is shorthand. So if you ever see yourself typing code like this, let I equals 0, I is less than people.length, I plus plus, person equals people I. If you ever see yourself doing this, chances are you should just turn it into a for each loop. So you can do something like people.for each person code here. That same code would go here. And so you cut 4 lines down into 3, but you've also gotten rid of a lot of syntax and unnecessary variables. So that's kind of the difference. If you know you're iterating over a collection, use for each. If you are doing something a certain number of times maybe, or you specifically need to skip values or make use of the index or something along those lines, you could use a for loop. It's not necessarily an increment statement. There's a word for this. When you look at the abstract syntax tree of Java, like if, for example, has if condition And then there's consequent, and else would be, I forgot the name of that too. I wrote all this down when I was checking this stuff out. Alternate, consequent and alternate. And for for loops, I don't know what they are. Update, that's what the name is. Yeah, so there's init, test, and update. So it's initial, test, update. Yeah, whatever, JBugs. ignoring the arguments, it still demonstrates the same thing. I don't know if Joel was asking about syntax specifically. Okay, so let's try this again. Pressing save does nothing. Yeah, that's really, really bad. I don't know why this is happening. I think the server is getting back, should be getting back an error. All right, well, we need to go do this, so fine. So there should be a catch here, could not validate defense, and that's not printing out. And it can't validate the defense, so I don't know what's going on. In fact, it doesn't even look like it's not getting this. What? I don't know what's happening. Is this JavaScript? Yeah, this is JavaScript. And yes, I'm making a game in pure JavaScript. Yeah, there's an FAQ if you want to check that out. Wow, strange. Very strange. The only thing I can think of is that the account server is not even connected to the game server. I don't know how they could get detached from one another. But let's try that. Unless this thing shut down. No, it didn't. Okay, let's try again. We just hit the save button and yeah, it says cosmetics not possible given inventory. And then this should have failed on us. It didn't though. Oh, well, that means we're not reporting errors back correctly. Bug when you try to use cosmetics that you don't have access to, the server doesn't return a response to the client saying that the defense couldn't be saved. Initialization, termination, increment. It's typically an increment, but even then it's not necessarily even in Java, right? Can't you say int I equals 100, I is greater than or equals 0, I minus minus? And then it's the opposite of an increment, it's a decrement. But either way, you can say whatever you want here. You can say like I minus equal 2, or even, you know, foo dot bar. Pretty sure it doesn't matter. Oh, welcome back, Delzy. I said your name wrong. I was gonna say Thezzy. Well, sure, banana, but it doesn't have to be an increment, is what I'm saying. And no, Thomas, that's a totally fine question, which is why I suggest reading the FAQ, because these sorts of things are answered on there. Does it answer? Are you standing? Is he updated? Yeah. So, do you plan on making money off of Botland? Yeah. This is described there. There's a document that talks about it. But like I said, feel free to ask whatever you want. It's totally fine. I can't roll my R. Thezzy. No, I would not say that. But yeah, thanks for the resub, Telzy. I remember last time you said that you would try to be here more frequently. We've all missed you. Alright, let's take a look at what's happening. We call validate defense. This is failing. It has to be failing. It should be failing, let me put it that way. So validate defense is over here in the game server REST client. Catch is throw error. So I guess we're getting a response still. Let's just print something out. Wait, we don't even need to do this. We could just do this. We open this up. and we put a breakpoint in server. Oh, it's so hard to find this. Server, server, server. There we go. On to the final stages. I've been working on a bug for quite some time, so I wouldn't really say I'm on the final stages. In fact, earlier today, I drew this. This was my progress that I was at. Whoops. How do I delete this? Oh God. Well, whatever. Let's just wipe that out. Yeah. So this is where I was earlier, like 25% complete. This has now moved a bit so that we're at like this point. And so the progress, this has been a day and a half of time to get to this point. So once we get to here, it'll be probably another hour from now, and then we'll be another day and a half or so from finishing this task. So thanks to these fancy charts, you can always tell how happy I am. Alright, validate defense. Socket hang up. I don't want that. I want to put a breakpoint there. And then we hit the save button over here. Why is this broken in? I don't care about that. Save. That should go over to here once we get a response, which should have happened immediately and didn't. Failures? What? Okay. Well, there's a bunch of stuff going wrong there. So yeah, that time it was an error. But if this starts up correctly and we hit save again, it should have broken in. Oh, this is just killing the process. Oh, that can't happen. Huh. Apparently it's killing the game server instance. Oh, nice, Stelzy. Is there a reason for pure JavaScript and no framework? Let's say Angular 2. Oh, so I am using some frameworks, Thomas. I'm using React and Redux for the DOM UI, and then Pixie for the WebGL UI. It's just not really a game engine. But even if I was using Angular, I think that's still pure JavaScript. So that's what I was maybe. Okay, I see what your question was asking earlier now. It's not, is it just one language? Am I using an engine? Okay, so why is this killing everything? Oh, this used to be in a try catch, and now it's... Wait, no, this should just throw an error. Could not validate defense. What is going on? I don't understand this. This right here, there should be a catch. Finally dispose the arena. Sure, fine. But how is this not getting caught by this? Instead, it's just failing. And yeah, I have a million asserts in here, but this should just throw an exception. And then the exception should get caught by... Oh wait, is it that this stuff isn't running in a promise? Yeah, I think that's the problem. I think if we change this to this, promise.resolve.then, that would cause this to work. Let's try that out. Hey, source error. And what is this? Test connection to account server failed. Did the account server crash? No. Alright, I should figure that out too at some point. Oh, I have to figure it out now because apparently test connection isn't working to it. Huh. I wonder why. Okay, let's restart everything. This shouldn't fail at startup anymore. Perfect. And now if I run this again, perfect, finally. Okay, could not validate defense. Then it goes to the account server and says error validating. Cosmetics not possible given inventory. Okay, perfect. So this needs to be inside of a... Oh, we could have done promise.try. So that its assertions don't crash the game server instance. Great. That's all I wanted to test. So here's what I was doing. I have one WASP body piece, but I'm trying to use it on 2 different blueprints. That's not allowed. So if I get rid of this and then I save it, it successfully saves. Perfect. Okay, so that's all fixed. This was due to not having my validation code inside of a promise.then. So, and there was no try catch around it natively. Okay, so I've tested everything with blueprints, right? Modifying the appearance, modifying the functional pieces, and modifying its name. Next, I should try... Let's try adding a script to it. So we're going to add a script that says move down. That's it. Oh, and we should probably name this script as well. Move down. Cool. So let's hit update and then save. It says success. I'd be pretty happy if this just worked. Nope. They are not just moving down. So what happened here? Yeah, there's the move down script. It didn't get associated with this somehow. Oh, wait, I know why. Oh, because of the whole temporary scripts thing existing. And yeah, Liquidor, that's the goal. That was one of the things that couldn't be done until I fixed the database problem that I'm fixing now. What if you change the name to an empty string? If you change the name to an empty string, it should be given a random name. So if I change it to just name your bot and I hit update, I'm pretty sure it gets saved on the server as some random name, excuse me. Yeah, gamma. Now, actually, there's kind of a problem there. Because as soon as I hit save, it should download that information and fill in the name. This is currently named something, but I don't know what it is. And you won't know what it is until you re-enter this, so that's technically a bug. Oh, even then it doesn't show. What is this? Yeah, that's a bug. The client should just be the one to provide a name. In fact, I might already have this written down there somewhere. Let's just write this under bugs. When you don't have a name for a bot, or if you have an invalid name for a bot, it will get auto-named on the server. But the client won't be told about the new name. What happens if you delete a bot, create a new one with the same cosmetics? Allowed, code knows? Yeah, it should. That's a good test to have, though. So I'm just going to write that. Hang on a second. Let me finish writing this one for right now. Repro is 1, make a new blueprint, or no, edit a blueprint to delete the name, update the blueprint, save your defense, edit the blueprint again, name is blank, expected name to be filled with what's on the server. The solution is very likely to just have the client come up with the correct name. Then we only hit this problem when the client is trying to hack or something. Okay, so this, the Liquidor gave us, is a good test case to have here. Yeah, and I can show you that if I had these new things working. They won't work yet. I need to delete everything to do with temporary scripts. Ooh, that's gonna be... Oh man, that's gonna be insane. Okay. Well, that's the next part of this. So if we just refresh the page, and then we assign this the now existing script of move down, and we hit save, then now the bot should only ever move down. So let's try it out. Okay, perfect. So that's working. All right. Now deletions should also work. I don't really want to try this, but we have to. So let's delete the move down script and hit save. Okay, now we refresh the page, and now instead of moving down, they should just move randomly. Or no, they should have figured it out, yeah. So they're just attacking stuff normally. All right, and I should no longer have that script. Perfect. Okay, well, the basics are working. Can we also change code? What if I assign this the wasp script, and I also change code at the same time to be move left? So now those bots should just move left when I refresh the page? Yeah, perfect. Okay, so the basic tests are working. This is worth verifying, and then I think we check in. Make sure to follow what I did in the existing database functions, i.e. all assertions are still being met by the new validation process. Actually, this technically isn't needed until the testing part of this, because we're not done writing all the logic yet. So just clean up code and check in. Let's do that. Then I think I'll probably get lunch shortly thereafter. Then we make sure this stuff is still working for attacks, handle created objects, and then that's it. We're in pretty good shape. Unexpected state. I don't care about these. What I do care about is making sure there's no like random code that I'm checking in that I shouldn't be. Persist blueprint and script deletions, updates, additions. This is a transaction. Do I ever make a param? How do I do this? Param.star_trx. Okay, I guess I do. User ID is just a number. This for right now is an object that contains a whole bunch of other things, and it returns a promise. Let's get rid of this. Yeah, the debugger I can remove. That's not really hurting anything though. We do need to write this part down though. Script additions need to happen first so that, oh, what's the reason for that? Oh yeah, so that we get the new IDs so that blueprints can use the correct IDs. Note, IDs of new objects are client provided and server validated at this point. I guess I should write that up here. A game server has already validated that all of these changes are legal. Keep in mind that for any additions, IDs are client specified, but valid. Are client specified unique numbers. Unique numbers that need to be replaced with, oh, this isn't even a return promise. A promise that resolves to an object containing ID mappings need to be replaced with their eventual database IDs. Okay. So this doesn't need to be done. Script additions need to happen first so that we get the new IDs for blueprints, for use in blueprints. After that, I don't think the order matters at all. What happens if someone manipulates their client requests to screw up the new script IDs? What happens if I set my new script IDs to a random number above 0? What happens if I set the ID to a script I already have? Yeah, so all those things should be handled. And by the way, if you want, you can help test this stuff once the server's online. I can... Well, anyway. So let me show you what happens with all those things. So if someone... Okay, so this is kind of just an open-ended question. So I'll just delete this one for now, because the rest are kind of contained in that. So let's move on to the other questions. So what happens if I set my new script ID to a random number above 0? So what's going to happen is really nothing. It will, as long as it's a valid number, you can do that. So you can tell the server, oh, hey, I made a new script ID equals 500. The server doesn't use this ID for anything other than to tell you, oh, by the way, I made a new script with ID 5, and it maps to your 500 that you had. So you can pass in anything, really, for this. You can pass in hello world if you felt like it. This will never get saved to the database. It's just used to tell you, oh, that script that you identified as a hello world now has the ID of 5. Are Connect's transactions just thenables or promises? They're promises, yeah. What if you do a float? Yeah, so it shouldn't matter for any of that stuff. What happens if I set the ID to a script I already have? So if you set it to a script you already have, that will probably just outright be an error on the server. And what if I set it to the same as a script I've marked for deletion? Again, that should be an error, I think. But yeah, these are things that I will write down as tests. Oops. Didn't mean to close that. And now that deleted my references to this. Okay. These can eventually be streamlined a bit. Yeah. It's fine, Banana. He'll just cook his hamburger using his keyboard. Yeah, what I thought, but then why are you JS docking them as object instead of promise? Any specific reason? Wait a sec. You're talking about here? Oh, this? I don't know. This doesn't really matter that much, I guess. I only did this in a few locations, but in general, I think you could see this thing get used in the function. I don't use these JS docs for anything else. I agree that it's correct. It's a good idea to have the correct type here, but as far as I'm concerned, everything's an object, and this just means I'm not being more specific. Okay, so save defense. Save defense now takes in new parameters. User ID. I guess I should write these things down here. Yeah, no real specific reason. is valid defender. I don't know about this. Script IDs are owned by users and all transactions check for ownership. Yeah, the transactions don't. It's the game server that does. So here's the flow of data. Account server loads all information from the database about a user. So scripts, blueprints, your inventory, and combines that with user provided data. So it basically just does like DB info and untrusted user info, and just sends to a game server for validation. So now a game server is going to take this, it's going to make sure that you didn't do anything malicious with untrusted user info, and once it's confident about that, it's going to validate all info and to send back to account server for saving. And then the account server persists data in database. So at the point that we persist it, we don't have any more checks to do because the game server did all of those checks. So for example, do you own that script that you're trying to use? Let's say you're updating a script. There is assert player already owns object right here. So this is happening on the game server so that when the account server just saves, oh yeah, they updated the script, it can trust that it's coming from a trusted entity, which is the game server. If the user said, oh, I'm updating script number 700 and just believe me, I own it, then yeah, that's what's going to get caught here. So it's not happening at the SQL layer, but it is happening. All right, so getting back to this, we just need to comment all these things. This is an object. I'm not going to comment more about this yet because we're going to need to refactor that eventually anyway. This is a function. Does every REST call validate the token, and does it check in the database, or does it use some local caching? All it does is validate the token. It should eventually check in the database as well. I just didn't do that. Yeah, so for right now, if you ever change your password, your old token generated with that password will continue to work. But there are such narrow scenarios where that matters. Like, let's say I was making banking software. It would definitely matter then. If you find out someone else has your password, you want to invalidate all of their sessions immediately. But with Botland, if somehow your password leaks, then if I've done everything correctly, it should be your fault. And then, yeah, you could change your password, but the old password won't even continue to work. It's the old token that would work. There's a couple of API endpoints that don't require a token. Yeah, and those should be fine. Yeah, logging in, creating an account, those don't require a token, and they shouldn't require a token. I think that's pretty much it, though. I think everything else with your account should require a token. In fact, I could just show you which ones require a token and which don't. What is it called? Verify token? Yeah, verify token middleware. So here are all of the APIs that I have. And let's get rid of all the ones that have verify token middleware on them. There. So now we're left with just these. Rankings don't require a token. That's totally fine. This is actually going to get deleted, which is why it says debug get player rankings. So that's gone. Find account. What does this even do? This is a generic find account that will eventually route to other functions that are more specific. Yeah, this only tells you whether an account exists. Yeah, this needs to be usable by everybody to figure out, are you taking a name that already exists in the game? Activate account doesn't require a token apparently. I wonder why. Oh, because it takes in its own credentials and activation code, and you can't use it for anything malicious. Forgot password doesn't require a token because you don't have your token. change password, same thing. Get all defenses. This is a debug API too, I think. Yeah. So this used to be some. I gotta delete this. I don't even think this is being used in the code base anymore. Let's take a look. It's get/defense. Yeah, I don't think this is being used anymore. Does the token expire? Yeah, it does. And hey, hardcore. Well, what are the other ones? So get all defenses I think needs to be deleted. I don't even know what this function does. It's just get defense. So let's try it. Because yeah, this should just work for everybody, right? In fact, you should just be able to go to account.bot.land/defense and just press it. Oh, it says not authorized. What? I don't get it. Oh, requires super token. Oh, my bad. No, it does need a token. It's just a super token. Yeah, but still it shouldn't be used. Reset password is fine. What's this? Create user is fine. Create token is fine. And create super token is fine. Yeah, I know. Banana. Those are shut up points. Well, cool. Everything works. So I was in the middle of commenting save defense. This is actually a pretty simple function now, huh? Yeah, not bad. I'm hoping the attack version can be just as easy. Now this is unfortunately a whole lot of new lines of code. I added about 200. The commits before this, I was removing a lot of code, but I'm going to end up removing them from the future. So deserialized blueprint and script changes. This really should be moved to its own class. A set of changes that are serialized. The same set of changes but deserialized. Yeah, it's a really simple function. Take these things, deserialize them, return them. And if these variables were named a little bit shorter, then I could just put them all on one line. So if instead of updated blueprints, we just name them A, and then serialized blueprint was just S or something like that, then we could just map this here and return it all in one line. And then this would be super simple. We just have one line of code. But unfortunately it needs to look like 20 lines of code because of long variable names. Okay, console.logs I'm not going to remove yet. Update serialized defense is definitely worth commenting. When a user wants to save their defense, they may have made new blueprints at the same time that they're saving those blueprints into okay, wait, let me think about this. They made new blueprints. This tried to use bots of those blueprints in their defense. However, the client doesn't know the final IDs of blueprints that will be saved in the database. So this function is needed in order to translate from the client's IDs to the final IDs. You just open the live game and keep your network tab open for a second, just for no reason. Actually, that doesn't even help you really. All that would give you is my token. And if you really wanted to log in my account, I mean, there's not a whole lot you could do there. Hey, DFCN. Yeah, if you wanted a super token, you'd need to get my... I'm not telling you what you need to get. I'm not going to tell you how to hack me. But I was close. I almost did. Yeah, this doesn't need to be checked in at all. What is it, Hideo? Why you gotta be like this? Here's the 3-step guide. Step 1. Coax me into giving me your password. The script was deleted. True if the script is marked by the user for deletion. What does a delete request to passwords do? I'm getting email addresses not defined. Is that good or bad? A delete request to password. Where is this? That's the forgot password URL. Yeah, so you need that in order to get a reset link to your email address. No, that's a custom thing. Liquidor, what Banana's talking about. No, Digi, I don't really mind if you end up sharing that between each other or something, but just posting it online somewhere and then pointing anyone to it, I don't know if I like that. Plus, part of the reason for that, Digi, is because, and this was my pushback initially, I'm not making a public API. If I were, then I need to update you guys, but if you post something publicly, people have an expectation on me that I keep it up to date. So for example, if I had, cloaking, cloak spot for 20 turns, and someone reads the documentation, they're like, Adam, that's not right. They expect me to fix it, or else that documentation shouldn't be online because it's got incorrect data. So I think by keeping API documentation somewhere, someone's going to expect that, hey, is this still correct? And then I'm going to need to spin a bunch of cycles just saying, oh, let me go check. Let me find this too. All right, it was a joke, but still, I wanted to clarify for anyone else who's like, wait, why doesn't he want that? Feels dialogue, man. This is all looking pretty good. Yeah. That's good. This is fine, but I don't want to do compression anymore. This stuff turned out to not be needed, so let's delete it. That we'll leave in for a second. That is needed. Wait, what? Why is this not marked as a new line? Oh, now it is. Okay, this stuff's all commented out. These are just blank lines. Okay, good. Shouldn't dragging on the blueprint editor only accept parts for that slot? If that doesn't make sense, I'll make a GIF. Oh, I think I know what you're talking about. You're talking about on the cosmetics thing? How you can put the wasp head anywhere? I thought it'd just be easier to have to drag to the same place no matter what. So you can just swipe from the left to anywhere, and it would end up on the bot, and you don't need to worry about it. What? Test URL? Yeah, I wonder if... Yeah, whatever. Thanks, Liquidor. Don't you have unreachable code with 2 returns in the last promise? That is definitely possible, and it might actually be intentional. No, it just looks like 2 returns. It's return object.changes and then return object. Trying to hack me. Okay, great. So we can finally check this in. It's going to be a beast to write the commit message for this. What do we say? Handle, make use of validated data on the account server. The game server generates a set of changes for blueprints and scripts, which includes deletions, updates, and additions that need to be applied on the account server. They're finally being applied. However, due to the existence of the temporary objects code in the additions don't actually work properly yet, meaning, wait, what does this mean? I think this means you can create a blueprint, you just can't use it at the same time that you go to create it. So if I make a new blueprint here and I put it in the defense, what is this going to do? Successfully saved, but I don't think it's going to successfully save really. Oh, it seemingly did. What? What? That makes sense, but I gotta reconcile this information with why new scripts didn't work. Why didn't new scripts work? When you make one, you've got a temporary ID that corresponds to the real ID. I don't know. We'll just figure this out later. This is practically done. We haven't actually checked in yet. Do a manual test to make sure an existing blueprint can be updated with a new script. It can't be right now, but I don't know why. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. So meaning creating blueprints and scripts may have some bugs. Also, as the last commit, attacking someone is still totally broken. Cool, let's lint this one last time. Alright. In small, there's an FAQ that you can check out. Should be 72, not 80, I think. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I don't know what the reason for that is exactly, Endurn, but there's a git commit guidelines online that I can link you to. Banana, you can combine them. So if you want to get like 10 at once. Yeah, fail fish. Okay, so where we left off. Just committed the part that's working for the defense. Need to make sure this same stuff is working for attacks before trying to tackle the creation of objects. Oh, I see. Okay, cool. Well, here's the typical stats. It's 1 p.m. My uptime is currently 4 hours and 12 minutes. I am going to get this to 8 hours today, as always, and that means that when I get back from lunch, it'll be another like 3-ish hours of me coding. And when I do get back, we're going to just keep tackling the same bug. For those of you who are new to the stream, I suggest you check out the today command to read about the bug and the FAQ to figure out what it is I'm working on. In the meantime, you can play the game, which you can also find out through the FAQ, which is question number 3. Where do I play Botland? So I'm going to get lunch. Thanks for watching, everyone. Where did that whisper go? There it is. We're going to set this to 40 minutes today. There. Cool. I will see you guys after lunch. I'm back. Back. Here to scare everybody. Okay. So I'm back. Hey, the Chromium. Hey, New. You make sure this stuff is working for attacks. Turn on the mic. The mic is on. Alright, so how did this used to work? We got player details. We passed this through here. Yeah, there's a lot that's gonna have to actually use this when commenting a game phase. I wonder how much you can actually fake that on Twitch, because you can actually still probably hear the sounds that the mic picks up when I pantomime talking. Plus, I'm sure there's some ambient sound. I could just mute the mic, and then the shirt. But where's the fun in that? Okay, so it should be as simple as what I did for the defense, which was to create a player using the validator itself. The other thing is I need to bundle parameters up correctly so that the account server Hey, Banana. Yeah, Banana, I know Digi answered this earlier, but yeah, you'll be on the next 7 lunch screen. Hey, Wild Things. Wild Thing, excuse me. Wild Thing, you've been showing up to the last, like, what, 5 streams or something? But I don't think I ever saw you before that. Well, welcome back. Good to have you here. Good to have everyone here. So simulate game phase. This needs to work the same way that validate defense worked. Hey, 9 bytes. We just passed in params. Blueprint changes, script changes. New stalker. I think you mean stalker. Oh, you came from Ski Dog. Okay. Got it. Oh, cool. Alright, is upgrading computer doesn't need to be here. Attacker state, DB ongoing match, player details. Blueprint changes and script changes. Okay, there. No, Wild Things, it's totally reasonable. There's a lot that's not straightforward in English, even if you've been around it for a while. Especially spelling and pronunciation. We were just talking about this earlier. Okay, so we send params this way. Yeah. Scammer. Alright, this is one of the few times I'm actually warm after lunch. Okay, so simulate game pace params. The server size is going to have to change, and then also whatever saves these are going to have to change. This extract. This is already in simulate, and then populate player details. Get ongoing match for user. Yeah, this might just work. Simulation results. Parse the entire text. Oh, it has a journal. It has a bunch of other stuff in it. Okay. So we have a REST server over here. This gets simulate game phase. This is where we pull a whole bunch of data from here. I guess we're also going to pull blueprint and script changes. These are all objects, I believe. But I'm not actually positive about that. Attacker state. We should see where this is used. Yeah, they're all objects. Developer myself at very early stages. User streams motivation. But yeah, and Wild Thing, if you ever have any questions, feel free to ask. I think a lot of people who are starting out as developers do come to the stream and they end up learning a lot more just through people in chat. Sometimes they'll ask me questions. All right. So message object. We did the same thing in validate defense, I think. Yeah. Here. Where is it? So just pass that in. Doesn't produce enough heat to warm your feet. That's definitely a good thing. You can always wear socks, but it's not that easy to cool your computer. Cool. So we should make sure that all of these things are set. We can't do anything else yet. So let's just say throw new error. Is this wrapped in a try catch? No. So return promise dot. What's the opposite of promise dot reject? Promise dot reject. Hello world. You have socks and shoes on and you're still cold? Huh. My first thought was, why are you wearing shoes indoors? Oh, maybe you're at work. Alright. It's so hard for me to relate anymore. Although actually, even at my last workplace, I think I would take off my shoes from time to time. Alright, we need to put a breakpoint here. Which means we get rid of the inspect from here, and we put it here. Then we need to restart everything. Not sure how this is going to work. Apparently like that. We should see some green here. Okay, good. Got it. All right. We should also see a connection string. This. Okay. We try attacking. It should break in. We gotta clear that out. Ah, banana. AP3D images. What's the bug? Okay, I don't know who I just logged in as because I clicked a bunch of buttons really quickly. So, okay, we're logged in as Adam. We click attack. This part's fine. Then the part that's going to cause this to totally break is this when I hit commence. Perfect. Okay, script changes undefined and undefined. Yeah, that's not correct. That means this isn't getting passed in. This should have come from... Oh, man, it didn't. Yeah, it didn't get passed in at all. Oh, no problem, images. So how's post birthday for you? They're not getting sent correctly yet. I don't know why just yet either. Either this didn't build, it built, or something in this chain is not passing the changes along. It could be that these don't even exist. We should check that first. Blueprint changes and script changes. So let's try that again. Oh man, that's super annoying. I should have left that open. Yeah, that's super annoying. Okay. So let's take a look. Error, that's fine. We hit commence and what prints out? Blueprint change. Yeah, no, these exist. So that part's fine. Then we call simulate game phase with params. These are set correctly. Good. Simulate game phase. Takes in params, sends them over to the game server. The game server takes all those params. Yeah. Oh, and then doesn't pass them on. Oh, that's the problem. Whoops. Okay. Does Canada use metric? Yeah. There are only, what, 2 countries in the whole world they use the imperial system? I think... Oh, apparently at least 3 countries. I'm not going to zoom in on this. It's not worth looking at everything. Okay, so this should fix the cluster problem here. Yeah, and it was on the game server. So we should just be able to load this. And what's going on? Why does this keep happening? Error running Ansible. Why is it trying to do this? Game server is expected to be a version 1. Oh no! No! Oh, I did a really silly thing earlier. Alright, this is really easy to fix, but that explains it. I never looked at the error message earlier. So if I do select star from game versions, I have this. We need to delete from game versions where ID equals 2. Cannot delete. Oh no. Let's delete from matches and then delete this. There we go. That's pretty silly. Okay, so now we should be able to run everything again. And this time I mean it. Oh no, my mouse is doing that thing again. Oh. Alright. All problems solved. So let's create some new problems. We press this key. Oh, no game found. That's great, because I just wiped out the matches. Alright, well that doesn't really matter. We just had to do this. So we press commence, and it breaks in here, and we get script changes and blueprint changes. Yes, perfect. Next up, we can start to make some more progress here, and then we also need to return back, return the changes back to the account server. Make sure to persist the changes. Simulate game phase. Okay, so where does this happen? Simulate game phase here. Got it. So we get rid of that stuff. We had a bunch of compression nonsense going on. We're still going to need that. Just in a slightly different way. So validate defense and simulate game phase. So validate defense first called into the blueprint and script validator. And it had a return object that needed to be defined. Okay. We can kind of try to use this. That's fine, that's fine. Those are all fine. Do we already have some concept of a return object? Yeah, there's a lot of this. But this is going to happen in multiple promises. Nothing special images. And yeah, I remember, it was just yesterday. Right? You said you got a keyboard. Alright, so the validation happens. And then we decompress. We decompress scripts after that. Defense object, yeah. Why do you always use a semicolon? It's just the style I've gotten used to with JavaScript. They're not necessary in JavaScript. The reason why you might want to use them is to make sure you don't have any like unusual things happening. Let's say you typed return 5 plus 4. Yeah. Okay, here's a good example. So let's say I have this JavaScript code. Do you know what this will do when you print test return? So if you guessed undefined, you are correct. And the reason why is because JavaScript has implicit semicolons. So what's happening here is it sees return and it just immediately returns. And there's nothing after the return, so it just returns undefined. And then 5 plus 4 never gets executed at all. But if it did, it would execute and evaluate to 9 and do nothing with the result because you're not storing it anywhere. So if you never use semicolons, you could run into this bug. If you do use semicolons, then you'll type a semicolon here probably, and your linter will tell you, hey, you don't have a semicolon on this return line, so your code would never run. And if you put a semicolon here, you're making it blatantly obvious that you're not returning 9. So what you mean to do is this. And that's where having semicolons in every line could help you, among probably other things. But that's the first thing I can think of that's at least somewhat convincing. Okay, so when we create the player, we create them in a totally different way. Cool. And then before we finish, we compress everything again. What a terrible, terrible flow this is. Well, this does fix everything at least. The same with excluding curly brackets around ifs can lead to unintended results. Yeah, but I don't think your semicolon usage will detect that. I was just trying to include a reason why semicolons matter, not why linting matters. Linting definitely matters. I can give you tons of reasons for that. What about a switch statement? What about a switch statement? Joel, I'm not sure what you're asking there. Java lover anyway, therefore semicolons are my usual business. Yeah, I haven't looked at Swift yet. In Java, semicolons are required. In fact, in almost every language with semicolons are required. JavaScript is one of the exceptions. I guess I should say in almost every language, semicolons is line delimiters. But let's just not worry about pedantry here. Bundle parameters up correctly. Done. Make sure they're using validate. This is probably done. I won't know until I actually test this. Return the changes back, and then make sure to persist the changes. Yeah, it's persisting the changes that's going to be pretty tough. But let's try everything leading up to that for right now, because this might actually work. Yeah, let's try it. Yeah, that's true. Python does, but I guess the way I'm thinking about it in my head, the majority of Python programmers probably don't use semicolon as line delimiter. The majority of JavaScript programmers probably do. And Node developers are slightly different. I'd say some libraries just don't have them. Hey, Kong Simon. No, it's not that Python has no semicolons. It's that they're optional, just like in JavaScript. So if you want to type x equals 5, y equals 6 with semicolons, you can, and it'll set x and y to 5 and 6. You don't have to do it, and so nobody typically does it. But it's technically the same way with JavaScript. With JavaScript, if I want to type x equals 5, y equals 6, then there, I just set them both. Didn't need semicolons. If I want to type 10 semicolons, I can. I think it's a 2.7 versus 3. I don't think it's a version difference for Python. I just think it's a style difference for Python programmers. What do you think of this code style? This is not a code style. This is a joke. This has to be a joke, right? I'm pretty sure it has to be a joke. Okay, so here we go. We hit commence. That worked, but probably did not end up saving anything correctly yet. Yeah, so then this is fine, this is fine. So make sure to persist the changes and simulate game phase. Okay, validate defense did something like this. Or save defense did? Didn't validate have to set this? Yeah. No, but images. Who do you know? Someone who uses that? Because I don't think anyone really does. I really think it's a joke. Oh, Joe, if you're just asking about syntax, just look up, just look it up. JavaScript switch statement. I'm not even gonna paste this to you. You should just look it up and look at the syntax. All right, let's do this here. So simulation results. This will come from simulation results. I'm not actually positive where this comes from. So let's put a breakpoint there and let's go fix this again. Nope. What's going on? No, 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 no. No, it probably shut down. Oh, it worked. Nice. Yeah, Jules, if you're talking about how to use breaks there, that's something called fall through or some other similar word that they use. So yeah, you can just look that up. But in general, you don't need to put a break in a case statement in case you want it to flow to the next one. But yeah, like KMN said, that's not a semicolon thing. Okay, you ready for this? Cannot read property entries of null. Uh-oh. Yeah, uh-oh. User 1 is already in a match. Not anymore, they're not. So this should break in as soon as I press the U key. Perfect. Simulation results should now contain changes. Also perfect. And now we just need to use this. Well, we set this in a request for no real reason. Yeah, this doesn't need to be set there. Where do you always look when you're reading the chat? In front of me, when you see me typing code, is my main monitor, and just off to the left is my chat monitor. My t-shirt looks similar to Botland Bots. This shirt is Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles and Mario. All right. So we need to use this, which only currently happens in save defense, I believe. Yes, yes, and there. Then we also need, let me think about this. Update. No, nothing persists. Okay, not bad. Not bad. So we go right back to that simulate game phase. We're going to get to the bottom of this today. That calls into here, save simulation results. And save game results. And in either case, there could be blueprint and script changes. So we put that here. And we put this here. So both of these functions need to get modified. Need to make sure we're taking in blueprint and script changes and then persisting it via the new function. There's a problem here though that I still haven't fixed. I don't know where it's coming from though. And then the other thing we need to do is return the ID mappings back to the client. All right, see you, Joao. Oh, just ignore that. These numbers on the bottom that you see in the to-do file. This isn't even accurate. It's more like there are probably at least 1,500 things to do. This is just one of the to-do lists. Actually, there's more than that, I bet. And that's just the one that's even counting items. There's this file too that I'm gonna have to fix up. Okay, before I get to this, it's saying 500 error. Why? Resp is not defined, no error? Where is that? Resp. That could be coming from here, but I doubt it. Here, right here. Yeah, this was just never updated. Okay, cool. Then we can just restart this. Hey, Lukey. Okay, here goes. So according to this, the game is going to be over. I don't know why I'm waiting for it to finish. So there it goes. So the game is over. It thinks we won. It thinks we got Botcoin, etc. And then I think something bad happens. So we click attack again, and yeah, this. It thinks we're in a match, but we're not in a match, which means something didn't get updated, but I don't know how. I'm doing pretty well, Lukey. I've been making steady progress since yesterday when I started this. Something's going wrong. I can't even finish a match without making changes. The match completes. I get a reward. It's just that the match is still considered to be ongoing. I know where this could be coming from. I just don't know why. Handle simulate game phase. Simulate game phase. Then down here. Oh, what's happening? What is happening? Have you ever found a bug in a real tool a lot of people use, like SQL or Chrome's JavaScript interpreter? I think I've found small bugs in programs like that, or bugs that other people have reported. But I don't know. I don't know if any stand out to me. Also, I don't know if this is the kind of memory that I can just recall on a dime. Like if you said, hey, what's the time you laughed the hardest in your entire life, you might be able to remember that. But what's the time when you found a software bug in JavaScript? That's a little bit harder for me to come up with. Also, I don't know when I laughed hardest in my life either, but that was just an example. Just like press, oh yeah. Yeah, that's right. If you press enter in straw poll, it says object, object. In fact, it says it multiple times now. I don't feel like looking at why that's happening. Well, let's just set a breakpoint here. Try again. And Perry, that's only partially true. I occasionally file a bug in my own game. You ready? Here goes. So simulation results should contain everything it used to. Yep, that wouldn't exist. This is, everything's dead. Outcome of phase is 0. That outcome means that the attacker won. Yeah, attacker won. What I don't know is why the game still thinks it's going on. Attacker won the game should be set to true. Yes. Is game over should be set to true. Yes. Then we call into this and everything just goes haywire. Replay journal equal path. Right, outcome equals 0. What is going on? So then we go into here. We find the... Oh, whoa, that didn't work. Oh, man. Hey, Bloor. And yeah, long time no see. I'm doing well. What have you been busy with? I've been working on a bug for the last 2 days, and I will continue to work on this for the next 2 days. Well, we at least got into that function. I guess we need to figure out what happens there. Database wrapper, save game result. We got to here, and then I couldn't get any more information. So what goes on in this function? Find the ongoing match. Do we eventually update the outcome of this? Please tell me we do. Yes, there it is. So what? This is wrong? Streamed a lot of Heroic Brawl and studied. Oh, nice. Did you have good results from the Brawl? And yeah, I'm at least happy I'm making progress, definitely. Where does this come from? Matches. Well, probably also ongoing matches. We have one match that's ongoing. This doesn't make any sense, though. I had an outcome for it. So either the transaction failed. That's actually looking like what happened. But then there would be an error that prints out. And there is no error. The outcome of the match isn't being updated. Either the transaction failed and no error printed out, or I'm not. No, that's actually the only thing I can think of right here. How could it fail, and how could no error print out? There's a catch right here. And there'd be an error that prints out no matter what. Yeah, so that's not happening. Hey, Frozen Tux. 7-3 best result. Yeah, I didn't play any of the Heroic Brawl. I just play for fun. That'd be way too much stress on me, I think. Could it be a missing return? It could be a lot of things. Yeah, I gotta figure out what's going wrong. I'd love to just debug this. Let's set a breakpoint here. Try again. Alright, images. I'll see you after the very long toothbrushing time. Hey, Metric. I think you're looking for this. Oh, the connects logger? Yeah, I want to see if I can just step into that. I don't think I can. Oh, I can. Oh, nope. Breaks right after that. It's that same problem. Okay, let's try another time. I think this is getting hit twice, although I don't know what's going on exactly. Hey, Capillara. Alright. So what if I set a breakpoint right here. Does that get hit? Yes, it does. Okay, so any yields, that's where everything just totally breaks on us. So ongoing match exists. Great, perfect. Now we go down to like here, let's say. Still good. Is a ranked match, also good. Cool. Then let's go down to here. Is outcome still 0? Yes. Does this work? Yes. And then we return some information. And these things are all defined, so this can't break on me. Nice, Capillara. It feels good, right? It's a very satisfying thing to fix a bug. Which is why this is going to be great once I figure out what's going on here. Okay, we get to this too. So at this point, the database would have deleted this match. And yet, that is not at all what I'm seeing. Wait, now it's what I'm seeing. Oh, something else is happening. There's still an ongoing match. Yeah. Weird. Okay, so apparently the outcome of the match is being set, but the ongoing match still exists. I didn't even modify this. How could this happen? I did not, Capillara. I've just been copy-pasting it. So we get the ongoing match. We at some point have an ID in here. Yeah, and then we delete it. It's not possible for this to not have worked because this is a transaction. So either everything gets updated or nothing gets updated. I am baffled. I didn't even change this code too. If we look at database wrapper, I changed apparently one line of code and it was to add in a debugger. So that's all the same. The caller code is different, granted. So let's see if that modified it somehow. Oh. Yeah, this. This is now being passed in. That shouldn't modify anything though, right? Yeah, that shouldn't matter. No, this isn't the transactions bug. This is something silly. I don't know why this is happening, but it's kidding me that this is failing. Like, what is going on? Wow. Okay, let's start from scratch. I'm going to go delete this. Where is it? Let me close some of these millions of tabs. How about we start with that? There. Cool. Okay, we're going to go delete all the matches. That should also have deleted all the ongoing matches. Yeah, so this is an empty table, and this is an empty table. Now, we go click attack. Now this table should, each one should contain one row. There's one row, ID is 37, and there's one row, ID is 37. So perfect. And the outcome of this should be 5, which means that it's not complete yet. Also perfect. So far, everything's good. Feels so satisfying. It's a very big problem. In the end, it turned out to be a plugin that was trying to grab the index of the object that was moved in an array. Oh, wow. So, Capillara, you should be able to answer the question, how can this problem occur again in the future? But, well, how can I figure out this problem again in the future faster if it recurs? So I don't think it should ever be a goal to not write any bugs. I think it should be a goal to try to minimize how many bugs you write, but you will eventually write bugs. So let's say it happened again. How would it take you fewer than 3 days when you try looking at it again in the future? And you could have any number of answers. This isn't a trick question or something. You could have tests, or you could have some knowledge that you're like, oh, I know now whenever I'm doing this to do an assert or something like that. All right, Sound of Gaming. No, EJ, that would be killer. It's not solved unless you've showered a bunch of times. Don't forget. So So capital R, you've done all of your due diligence. You are now bug-free for the rest of your life. So this is set, and then as soon as we click this, so let's have this work on the command line. Select outcome from matches. Select ID from ongoing matches. Both of these numbers need to change when I click the attack button. So outcome needs to change to 0, and this needs to change to nothing. It just shouldn't exist. So I click commence. This breaks in, cool. Well, then it breaks in a whole bunch of other times because I put breakpoints all over the place. Cool. And now the outcome is 0, and the ID is still 7. So it somehow didn't update this. That could be that it's getting the wrong ID. I just don't know how that'd be possible. We could just test it again. Okay, so outcome is there, ongoing matches is 8. This must be wrong. It must not be 8. What is it really? ID is, aha, 38. And match ID is 38. What? Where did 8 go? I think 788. I don't understand this. Oh, weird. I just logged what I did in the issue. I tried various things to tackle the problem. Well, Sound of Gaming, it was a kid's show, right? It's okay if it's a little formulaic. I think kids are okay with that. I mean, that's how all of Dragon Ball Z was, right? The most powerful contender in the universe showed up. They can't beat him at first, or maybe they think they beat them. Then there's another phase. Then they finally beat them. Then there's a new most powerful person in the universe. Yeah, somehow this ID is wrong. The ongoing matches ID is incorrect. It's somehow set to the matches ID. Huh. The only way for that to happen, though, because it's not that way in the database, means that either my query is wrong or I'm later modifying it. So we can see this very plainly says ID 38. So that must be that my query is wrong, because we can look at the database right now and it's definitely not 38. I just don't understand. I didn't change this, and this all looks fine to me. Okay, here's the only thing I can think of. Let's do this. Let's print out const q equals this, and then console.log query is plus q.toString. This will tell us exactly what query it's trying to run. So now we can continue this code, blah, blah, blah. Come on. Great. Cool. And then we can reset the database and then try this again. Wait, what did I just do? I need to rerun this. Yeah, match ID is 38. That part's fine. But it's saying the ID is also 38. I don't understand why that's happening. Here's the whole query. Select star from ongoing matches. Interjoin matches on ID. Yeah, the IDs are the same. Where attacker ID equals 1. Yeah, and this is returning the wrong data somehow. It's got an ID of 9. So fine, I skip past this and we get an ongoing match. So I'll put a breakpoint right here. We get an ongoing match of ID 39 somehow. I don't understand it. Oh my god. It's because I'm selecting star and both of them have an ID. Ah, how did I never hit this bug before today though? This is really bad. I'm pretty sure it's because I'm selecting star and I have an ID column in both tables. How is this just happening now though? So if I were to run this, let's just copy paste this exactly into MySQL. And it gives us, well, it gives us a bunch of nonsense. We apparently need to do this with a /g at the end. It gives us ID, it gives us match ID. Oh, it gives us ID twice. ID 9, ID 39. Yeah, and JavaScript just doesn't like that. That makes sense, but again, what changed this? And why is this not a bug on the production copy right now? Oh, this is very, very bad. This is very bad. I think changing this is easy enough to do. So we get rid of this stuff. When we say select, we want to select, I guess, just things about the ongoing match. Did I write notes about this stuff? No, I didn't. Okay, well, let's try this. Hey, Okawi. Long time no see. So what I want to see is how does as work in Connects? This is not what I want. Let's take a look at here. We'll just search for select dot star as. I never do this, apparently. I use connects.raw to do this. This is what I want. Still looking at my image. Yeah. Alright, it's got to be something like this. Hey, OJ. Did you have a lot of snow today? Can we not say matches as matches and not have this happen? Ooh, that doesn't work. Let's do it this way. Attacker user ID is not defined. 1. X connects is not defined. Where did that X come from? Okay, so here's what it says. Select star for ongoing matches, interjoin matches as matches on matches. So what happens if we just run this? No snow today? Okay, result. There. Now let's try that. Q is not defined. There we go. All right, how does this return everything? We have ID, we have match ID. This is still broken. Select star. I think what's going wrong here is this. If we said matches.star, what happens? And it keeps typing. There we go. So we just get the information about the match. But I want ongoing matches.star. Can I do that? What's going on? Aha! That works. Yeah. All right. This is tough. This is just a SQL problem, and I was being silly about this. So if I go back to here, I want to select ongoing matches.star. Is it painful standing up while coding? It's not painful, no. Paravir. This will only work if we only ever use columns from the ongoing matches table. And the only way to verify that we're doing that is to describe that table and then take a look at all of these columns, which I'd like to select like that. Yes. So we have defender ID. Actually, we could just do this. There. So defender ID, that is not allowed. Nope. All right. Already broken. You need to say matches as matches. Ongoing matches.star and then matches.defender ID. Can I just do things this way? We probably need an as here though. Oops, I'm typing this wrong place. Okay, that worked. Now can we use as in these things? As test? Yeah, it works. Okay. To select a row, to select a column, alias to another name, just use as directly in the select. So something along these lines. I think it's better to do things this way. Yeah, let's say this. So here's all of the code. This is going to return something like this. Yeah, because if you don't do this, what's going to happen is, if you don't do this with as, and you instead just select then conflicting names will be overwritten. Mr. Chase. Wow. I've been following for a while, but I don't think I've ever seen you type in chat. Or maybe a long, long time ago. Yeah, you've been in chat for 2.5 hours apparently. Total. Over 485 days. Well, welcome back. In this case, my ongoing matches and matches tables both had an ID column. So every once in a while, I would end up getting the wrong column. Yeah, for reference, I started streaming on September 8th, 2015. So you guys have been following since 1 or 2 months into the stream. It's a long time. Hey, Soul Reaper. Never knew I wasted so much time here. Is it a waste, Capillara? I have your company. That's not a waste for me, at least. Alright, I gotta restructure all these queries where this sort of thing happens. What am I making? Here, Razix. I'm making a game called Botland. It's actually playable right now. It's in alpha. There's a video at that link that I sent you that you can check out what the game's all about. I could kind of show the game off on stream, but I'm a little stuck on a problem right now, and I want to figure this out before I do any demos. Are we winning? I think so. There's a different problem that just occurred that I think has been a problem for a while and in multiple places. I gotta think of exactly how I want to do this. In fact, anywhere that we have this, anywhere that we have a join, we gotta be careful about. What problem am I working on now? So I had this query. I took an ongoing match, I joined it with matches, and I wanted to select everything. And because they both have an ID, select would sometimes pick the wrong ID. It would pick it from the matches table, not from the ongoing matches table. So I'm trying to figure out how I'm supposed to fix this. So I'm just testing a bunch of different things. If we say select ongoing matches dot star as ongoing matches, comma matches dot star as matches, how does this work? You have an error. What's my error? Can I just say as A and as B? Just select the ID you want instead of selecting every field? Yeah, I could do that. That's another solution. I just want to see what my options are here, then I can pick one. That ORM seems like magic. It's not an ORM, it's just a query builder. Capillara, I'll probably be streaming tomorrow. It'll probably be Men versus To Do tomorrow. Okay, what's going on here? It's near as. Can I just do this at the very least? What is going on here? No, that doesn't work either. So I can't alias it in the as. I need to alias it somewhere else. Let's see if DigiLink's in his favorite link. Huh. I can't alias this here. Can I say this? That works. Yeah, so I think I need to use a connects.raw here. And then it would work. No, still not. Alright, I don't know. I don't know what to do here. Is streaming your full-time job? Yeah, it is. Selecting columns is always better than star. Hey, Mr. Morrow. Well, it sounds like that's what I should do. This is how I would use this. But isn't it possible to do select star from users as foo where ID equals 1? I suppose it doesn't really matter, huh? Oh, users as you. Oh, got it. So I can say ongoing matches dot star, but join this or specify that way. Gotta stop doing things like that. Where's the connects command? Unknown table, ongoing matches. What? What did I major in? Computer science. I have to do select from though. You can alias the entire. Solutions here are to alias the entire table as shown here, or to select specific columns as shown in the code snippet above. Oh, whoops. Sorry, Soul Reaper. I tagged the wrong person in the command that I used last. If you define the as, doesn't that take precedence on the table name? It should, yeah. Did I change the link for chair? Chair and quote 16 are two different things. But maybe I'm missing something? The links shouldn't be different though. Alright, so what we could do here is just select the exact columns that we want. We know what we're using here anyway. So let's just write them all down. Matches.defender ID Is ranked, where does that exist? It's gonna be a nightmare to look through all these things. No problem, USR. Describe matches. So this is the matches table, and then ongoing matches is here. Hey, Bukar. No, Mitchell. I didn't laugh at you just for that. I laughed at you because you said, why are there video game sounds playing over it? I think there's a problem. That was the funny part. What am I using Connects for? I'm using Connects, yeah, for Node. It's for connecting from Node to MySQL. Can't you just do connects.join something as something? Yeah, you can. That's what I did, but then selecting ID didn't necessarily work. So whatever, we're gonna fix this. Everywhere that we see DB ongoing match, we need to convert all of these now. So defender ID is done. Is ranked comes from the match. Is ranked. What else do we need? Phases simulated also comes from the match. Journal comes from ongoing match. ID comes from the this is this one. And then match ID. No problem, Bukar. No need to ever apologize here. And yeah, this is a standing desk. You're saying if I like move around like this from inside a chair somehow, I think that would make me a ghost. This should fix everything. So anywhere that we have a join is also subject to these same bugs. Let's see if I finally fix this first of all. This was just one small problem that I wanted to fix. So we run this again. I don't really care about connecting to this, but we're going to anyway. We're going to delete everything from matches. And then we're going to attack again. Does it work? So let's see. So we get the ID is set to 10. That is not the match ID. We are good. They are 30 apart from each other, just like always. So I think we can remove all these breakpoints. Just hit the play button and everything should work fine. It'll play out the match. And then when we press attack, it will actually function at this point. Won't that be great? Hooray, it worked. It worked. Oh, I left the debuggers in. I should get rid of those. Yeah, nice. Cool. Time to fix everything else now. So everywhere I do a join, I need to What was the bug though? Wrong data? The bug was that I did this. I said select star from like match it. I'm just making up syntax here, right? But select star from matches, inner join, ongoing matches. Well, it turns out the matches table has an ID and ongoing matches has an ID. And this was something like 40 and this was something like 10. And what would happen is I'd say select star and it would give me the matches ID. This could have been a bug for the last like 3 weeks, by the way. In fact, it very likely was a bug for the last 3 weeks. I just don't know why it never showed up. It never manifested itself. While you're working with that exact code, can you add in the match ID? I suppose. At least I think I can.
You know what? No, I'm not gonna do this right now. I'll write it down. But if it doesn't get done for another like week, that's fine. Wait a second. What was that? Consider what? Yeah, this should have been on the roadmap. Cool. So yeah, anywhere else that we have a join, got to do that too. This is the one place where we're doing everything correctly. How does this even work? Select matches.star, defender name is defender name, attacker name is attacker name. DB matches. This one is probably fine as long as matches never has an attacker name or defender name. What's the program I'm using? Bukar, that's all in the FAQ if you want to check out this. What program are you using for blank? You might be talking about Sublime. You're probably talking about Sublime, but maybe Kanimu. But yeah, take a look at those. Yeah, I will probably do that, Liquidor. I'm just not sure about right now. Okay, where else are the joins? Replays.journal. What in the world is this? Yeah, no, this is right. I thought this was old code for a second, but no, this is correct. Matches.star. See, even these can fail though, right? Like, what if I do select where, how would I do this? Let's copy paste this again. If I say select ongoing matches.star, comma, matches.id, this is probably going to return nothing. Yeah, result undefined. But as soon as we click attack, it'll return something. Right. So this. What if I do this particular command? I guess, yeah, that's just a bug. Well, a bug in the code that I'm writing. So what I'm doing here is I'm selecting ongoing matches.id and matches.id. But since I'm not aliasing them, they're both ending up as ID, and it's just picking one of them. It might be based on order, actually. Or, well, I don't really control the order if I just do star. Bukar, that's also in the FAQ. How are you affording to work on Botland? What do you think about Sublime's tabs? I always start to feel nervous after having 20 to 30 open. I feel there's something missing there to group them in some way. I usually just take whatever tab I have unsaved, right click and go to close tabs to the right. It's so easy to reopen them that I don't care if I close them. So if I want to open up, oh whoops, I didn't mean to close that one, then there, it's open. I think in general, you should only keep something open if it's pretty hard to get back to that point. And if that's happening constantly to you, then you should make it easier to get back to that point. Or yeah, come up with a tab grouping option too, that could help. But in general, I think it's pretty unwieldy to have something like 20 open at once. Have you tried out Bash for Windows? I have, but not seriously. As long as the star and asterisk isn't alone without a table prefix. So if you just did this in MySQL, excuse me, select ongoing matches.id, let's do it this way. There we go. So if you just type this in directly to MySQL, use structured logging. I use Winston, which should be structured logging. I'm not sure exactly what you mean by that. Oh, interesting. I had no idea it even returned this way. So MySQL will give you two IDs back. I did not know that. No, MySQL has no problem returning two values with the same name, although you wouldn't be able to differentiate between the two. Let's write this like this. JavaScript will choke on that though because object keys need to be unique. Oh, I see. And yeah, Tom, to link to what I'm using this. There are some other logging libraries that may be better at this point. Oh, this has 6 million downloads a month. No, I guess this is still pretty popular. I don't remember what the other one was, but at 6 million downloads, you can be pretty sure that it's being maintained. Otherwise, 5.5 million of those people would stop using it. Also, it's this 367th most downloaded package, huh? Whew. Yeah. Okay, so in trying to fix this, I was looking at everywhere that I have a join. This is now perfect. There's no ambiguity. These are fine because of what the table structure is now. So if matches ever got one of these properties, this would not be future-proof. We would just have a bug here and we'd never know it. So how do I make this more explicit? Yeah, that's where I don't know. I don't know how to do that. I could just pick individual columns here. Yeah, specify all the columns you need. This query happens to be fine for now, but it's not guaranteed to be fine, Liquidor. Oh, maybe... Yeah, I don't know what your chat delay is, so I don't know what you're responding to exactly. But if you're talking about the one on 1938, this one is not guaranteed to be fine. If the matches table had a defender name or attacker name column, then one of these would get overwritten. They say that using star as a SQL anti-pattern. Yeah, I shouldn't be doing this. Well, let's figure out where these are being used then. Return these to get replay brief information, which goes what? All the way back to the client? Oh, goody. Yeah. Huh. So what do we end up representing here? Something on the client when we say fetch battle log. Replay brief information. End time. What else do we use here? Just pass this on. So everywhere that we see replay data, let's just copy all of these. Oh, we apparently use everything. That's wonderful. How many columns are there? Select or describe matches? There's 17 columns, and I'm using 12 of them. Which ones am I not using? So ID is there, attacker ID is not there, defender ID is not there. is ranked. It's apparently not there. This is used, this is used, this is used, this is used. That's not used. So there are the 5 that I'm not using, and the rest of these all exist. Start time doesn't. Something's weird there. No, actually a bunch of these aren't used. This doesn't add up. Do these even come from this table? Matches, what? 17 and 12. But I have 19. Something's wrong. Unless I didn't make them unique. Oh, attacker name. I guess that's kind of the attacker ID. Yeah. So I would need to just select everything, but I need to select it by name. Let's go back to those joins. This one in particular. So I need to select all of it. ID, phases simulated, outcome, attacker name. That's not it. Replay ID. Is that there? Yes. Mark as new. Oh, that was made up. That explains it. So now we have 11 plus 6 is 17. Got it. Got it. Yeah. Okay, well, that's one that's done. Who knows what kind of crazy bugs we're going to be causing. Get specific replay. Is this used? Yes, it is. Used when you call into replays. Huh, there it is. Fetch specific replay. Yep, this is being used. But it's only being used by debug code right now. But still, that's no reason not to just include this. And then I don't even know what's being used from that. DB replay, what do we use here? Set up arena for watching replay. Oh, well, here's everything. So attacker ID, name, computer level, defender ID, name, journal. Okay, that makes sense. Let's just fetch those things then. Attacker name doesn't exist there though, and defender name doesn't exist. And yeah, I guess the IDs are needed. Replays.journal. Huh. Where did that giant list of them go? Here they are. Okay, 2 down. How many more to go? Select star. Yeah, this is a bug. Get ongoing match for user. What does this do? Ooh, this is gonna be hard to track. Because we use this in 3 different places. What happens with this? Defender ID is needed for forfeit game. What else? It lost that regex I was using. I guess I never pressed enter. There, now it should be saved. All right, what does this use? Defender ID, phases simulated, and then it's passed as params in the simulate game. Okay, what else? ID, and then whatever it is that the game server uses. Which is all of these things. And at least some of these have to be duplicates, right? Yeah, Defender ID is there, Phases Simulated is there. And there's one more I need to check. That is here. So forfeit, simulate, and load match. Remove private info. This is horrible. So confused. There's a property here that shouldn't have been here. But I don't even see it now. So it's just these. Okay, so here's the issue. I've been doing select star on this thing. I need to get just a certain set of IDs here. So I needed to figure out where all these things were being used, and it turns out it's all over the place. And for what? I guess, yeah, a lot of these actually. It's not just... We could pass in the columns to select. And even the ID here, this is of what? The ongoing match or the match? Okay, chat. Okay. Strip, man. So I could parameterize this function to take in the columns you want from the matches table, from both tables. even this though. This has serialized attack. This has a whole bunch of extra stuff that we just assume is going to be there. I don't like how I did this. For matchmaking, so it's used just when a match exists so that we can get where exactly you left off. Okay, well, I should be able to trace this on the client. When you go to join game, this already in match. So phases simulated journal. So here's everything we need. And then that's it. That's the last reference to this. Oh, thank goodness. Okay. Wait, no, there's got to be a serialized attack as well. Oh, that's never done, is it? Oh. Where did that come from? Attacker bots placed. Something's wrong here. There has to be a way to build up the attack part of this. Otherwise, landmines wouldn't persist between phases, and they do, at least on the client. EOJ, why do you want to know? Has to be something that uses serialized attack. I guess the best way to find it is to just search for it. Huh. That's strange. It isn't ever used by the client? Oh, here it is. Okay, so how does this make it here? Import defense. Is there an import defense that happens anywhere here? Oh, here we go. Okay, well, I found it. So then that goes over to here, and whatever we had in here this is bad. This is really bad. EOJ. Oh man. Yeah, better hunt them down and make sure they pay. Alright, here are all the rest of them. And not all of this is even probably going to be there. Okay, I could try to do. I could try to do something kind of hacky here. It's such a rude name. Where does this even come from? Defender primary color. It's in ongoing matches. This is saved in 2 locations. I don't think we can fix this now. I don't know why this was never a problem though. Wait a sec. Maybe. Okay, I have an idea. I have an idea for why this was never a problem. I'm going to have to verify that this is the right idea. So the only way for me to verify this is to connect to the production database and see, are match IDs always in sync with ongoing match IDs? Hey, Fana. I don't even technically need to do that. I can just take a look at my copy of prod. 2781. 2781. Maybe that's why this was never a problem, because the IDs were always the same coincidentally. Wow. Mario, you should help your friend in that case. Because otherwise, your friend might not ever become a better coder. And Payne, sorry, this is a primarily English chat. Please use English. Okay, that makes sense. So I think all of this, there's one question I have left. And then there's still a bug I need to fix, of course, but apparently on prod, ongoing matches has the same newest ID as matches. I don't know how this got screwed up by 10 matches locally. But yeah, how could this have happened? This would mean, and which one's ahead? It's matches, right? Oh, did I ever truncate a table today? That would explain this. Let's scroll up here to the top. Did I ever truncate anything? Select, select, delete, 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 delete. I don't see any truncates. Yeah, I don't think I did. Although I might have done it from another command prompt. Yeah, so this is a bug. And I need to fix this at some point, but it's not worth fixing right now. Fix all join statements in SQL where I'm not, actually fix all, well, it's fix all join statements especially in the database wrapper that join ongoing matches to matches. It's just a coincidence that the IDs have always been the same. but when I do select, I'm selecting both IDs, and technically I'm overwriting the ongoing match ID, which is what I typically want. Yeah, Mitchell. This is something current Adam can't deal with unless current Adam wants to be stuck on bugs for the rest of his life. Hey, Neochromer. I should paste in the investigation that I had too. Part of the problem is that I get an ongoing match for so many reasons, and its data spreads very far away from the source. I should contain all of the code related to DB ongoing match to the account server, and then have the client handle things from there. How do you pronounce SQL? SQL? Is that an American thing? Saying SQL or SQL, I think, are both valid. Yeah. I've heard it both ways. I can't say if it's an American thing or not, because I have heard it both ways even in America, but I don't know if it was Americans saying it or not. Alright, well, we can't really fix the rest of this right now. The other thing is, technically there should be no select statements without specifying columns in the database wrapper. Well, Mario, of course I'm going to say that, right? So back to what I was trying to do. What is this? Okay, so if we were to just truncate both tables, if I do this, delete from, you know, let's not do any of it. Let's just drop the database. It's easier than everything else. Drop database bottle. There, now everything's fixed. See how that works? Can't have bugs if you don't have data. Now we just recreate the data and recreate our bugs. Cool. Then we restart all of these. Check out these sweet new colors we got though, brown and green. So let's make a bot. Let's make it at least do something. Laser's level 1 there. We save our defense and we should be able to attack this player and everything should work fine so far as long as we don't make a new blueprint. So if this already has something on it, yes it does, then we can use this, but otherwise we wouldn't be able to. Yeah, I lost. Should have set this up so that I wouldn't lose. I'm going to lose this one too, I think. No. Okay. Ski dog. Okay, that's fine. So, putting this off for now. Next, we just need to persist all of your blueprint changes because right now you won't be able to use any of them, I'm pretty sure. Actually, you'll be able to use them, they just won't save. Yeah, I didn't think of that. Let's try that out. So if I make a new blueprint and I give it artillery and melee, and I create it and put it down, this blueprint won't exist in the future, but if I hit commence right here, this will work. Yeah, it just doesn't save my blueprint. So if I try using it in phase 2, it's going to fail, I think. Surprisingly, did not fail. Strange. But if I refresh the page and come back in, yeah, that blueprint's gone. Okay. Is that Postman? Yeah, it is, Ohori. Okay, let's start with save simulation results. This should be really easy. Like really, really easy to do. We should just be able to call this. Hopefully we have all this information. Yes. Yeah, no. Oh, so close. But we have this, so we just need user ID. Why don't we have this? Technically it's part of the ongoing match, isn't it? Yeah, Fana, I like this one. Describe ongoing matches. Nope, we don't have it. What? There's nothing stopping me from just passing this in. I must have the user ID somewhere. Yeah, there it is. I might as well just pass this in. No need to find it somewhere else. Okay. Put it there. Put this here. Put this here. Return this. Okay. And we have these same things over here. So we have to do the same setup that I did in save game results. Oh, that's a lot of code. Yeah, ideally this would be very different in the end. Now they're the ID mappings. Then an extra return params. We're gonna put the ID mappings just in there for some reason. Okay, well, this should work. I hope. And thanks, Fana. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you followed earlier. I don't know if you got a link, but if you did, feel free to click it and try things out. Yeah, you did get a link, but you did not use that link. You should click the link. It's fun. Let's try to verify this the right way. We're gonna select ID from, no, let's just select everything from bot phase where user ID equals 1. So here are all the ones that I own. There is one attack blueprint and it's here. You can see is attack is set to 1. I'm gonna make a new one and it should show up in this database now. We had better hope so. So I'm just going to put artillery on it, hit create. We're going to put these down, and now it should be in the database. Okay, somehow it created 2 of them. Oh, that's not good. Oh, one of them's marked as temporary. Oh, I know why. Okay, no, that's fine. Wow, so it actually worked. So now when we log in again, we'll have that blueprint to use. Oh, look at that. Neat. So we should be able to change this however we want to. Let's try that. So before it just had artillery, now it should have artillery and thrusters. Perfect. Okay, so these things are working, and thankfully it's not that crazy. There's still a very, very large portion of changes that needs to happen, and that's getting rid of temporary objects entirely. That is going to be an incredibly destructive commit. So what are you changing now that needed to be changed? I'm not sure what you mean, Banana. These are done. This can't be done until the temporary objects are totally gone from the code base. Oh man. So insane. Yeah, this is definitely going to take another 8 hours to finish everything up. But that's good. That's still fine. I estimated it would take about 24 hours to begin with, and we are at almost hour number 15. So we still have another 9, and then I'll be over budget. Haven't people been able to edit their bots and blueprints and saving and stuff, or are you just refactoring or what? Yeah, so there were 2 key bugs. Well, 2 key results of the bugs, I should say. There was really just the one bug that I've been working on. So one of them was if you were at the maximum number of temporary scripts or blueprints, which is something you could never actually know, then you wouldn't be able to create more scripts or blueprints, and there's nothing you could do about it. So hitting this scenario is not that easy, so no one's really complained about this yet, but this was a pretty severe bug. You would get to the point in the game where you'd click the plus button and it would just say, nope, can't do that. And you'd be like, I only have 2 blueprints, why can't I do that? And it turns out, no, you hit the maximum number of temporary scripts, so you need to go back to the login screen and then come back and everything would be fixed for a short time. Thanks, Mr. Morrow. You're right, Liquidor. What was I thinking? The other result was cosmetic constraints. So prior to today, you were allowed to use 1 cosmetic item on as many blueprints as you wanted. So that greatly decreases the desire for people to own cosmetic items. So if we buy any one of these, let's say Bathead, and then we go back, we can make this blueprint use that item. We can make another blueprint use that item. And previously this worked. Now the client should stop you from doing it, but it's the server that stops you. So if I try saving my defense now, it's going to say that I couldn't. It's not going to tell me why. Cannot save your defense. And the reason why is because of that. So if I just get rid of one of these, I just drag this off, and then I hit save, then it works. So that has been fixed, but I need to fix the client so that, like I said, you can't even do this step to screw it up. So those are the 2 big reasons why I did this. There is one other tiny reason, which is the account server is not doing a lot of these CPU intensive tasks now. It used to be that you would contact an account server. The account server would validate all of your changes, and then it would pass them off to the game server to simulate based on them. Now you pass it to the account server, it just bundles it really quickly and just throws it to the game server, and the game server does all the validation. Game servers were already CPU intensive, so it's okay to add more CPU related stuff to them. So all this serialization stuff was just for number 2? Yeah, most of it was for that. I mean, if you're talking about Monday of this week, that was for something different. No, wait. Monday wasn't even that bug. That was Friday of last week, I think. Monday of this week was a bunch of matchmaker bugs. Those were totally unrelated to this. And then yesterday and today, and also Friday of this week, are going to be just, fixing these things essentially. All right, see you, Capillara. Like I said, I should be online tomorrow. I'm not sure when exactly. It'll probably be... Actually, you know what? If I'm an hour late tomorrow, at my normal time, it would be on time for everyone in Europe. So yeah, I'll probably start later rather than earlier. Maybe at like 10 my time. For reference, it's currently 3:30 p.m. So 10 a.m. tomorrow probably. Maybe 11. I've been doing accounting, so I haven't been quite looking at the code, just listening. Oh yeah, well hopefully that clarifies some things. So we need to clean up what I just did. Clean up code and check in. Everything is working right now, except for new scripts and blueprints aren't totally working. I want to fix the majority of these things today. Wait, that's peculiar. Oh, no, it's not. Okay. Yeah, I want to fix the majority of these things today. This week, I mean, not today. And then next week, I want to spend that time finishing my stabilization tasks. So a couple more bugs to fix, some refactoring stuff to fix, just improve the code base. If that takes the rest of March even, I'd be okay with that. But then in April, I need to start preparing for beta. Because I expect it to take all of April, all of May, and possibly all of June. So we'd have 3 months for beta prep. And the beta features we have to add are shown at the top here. This stuff. Cosmetic constraints will be done, thankfully. Yeah, they're all doable. They're all doable. Five-hour difference. It's an 8-hour difference. Oh, by the way, streamer time only, it whispers it to me. But I was showing you that you guys have access to this at least. It's currently March 15th, 3:35 p.m. And yeah, it's 6:35 on the East Coast. Yeah, you should head off, Capillara. But thanks for joining in. Thanks for watching. So this fixes part of a bug. And also we just got this whole thing working for attackers. This was not actually that big of a change. Yeah, once I get rid of this code compression stuff, this actually would have been a much smaller change. Huh, nice. Persist blueprint and script changes when attacking. Three hours difference? Yeah, it's 3 hours difference. So previously this was the only one. This was only done when validating a defense. It's still rough around the edges for creating objects, since the concept of temporary objects is still in the game. Okay. Okay. Crazy DB bug. What's next on the list? Cool. Cool. Handle created objects. This is getting rid of temporary objects. Huh. They transliterated the Arabic correctly here, in case you're curious. When creating a blueprint on the client, give it a negative ID. Yeah, get rid of all instances of isTemp. Mr. Marv. When's the next UI stream? I'm not sure. And no, Capilar, I thought you went to bed. I wouldn't say I know Arabic, just like how I wouldn't say I know French. I only know English. Adam knows 37 different languages. I speak English, New York English, Washington English, Florida English. I'm missing it for 13 states somehow. Where do we start with this? Whenever... Yeah, I guess I could just get this to work for blueprints. I need to prove that it's not working right now. First, just get a bug to manifest itself using the current system in creating blueprints. Hi, Celia. Nobody actually speaks 37 languages here, I think. I don't know what's going on in chat anymore. Okay, so how do we get this to repro with just creating blueprints and saving a defense? I don't actually know. Yeah, I don't know. Let's try to get it to work. Update users set bot coin equal 99999. Can you use scientific notation in SQL? 9E5? Oh, you can. Oh, that's simple. Cool. So now I'll have 90,000 money. How do you get this to update money? There we go. Oh, that's... No, yeah, 900,000 money. That's what I meant to say. Alright, let's just buy a couple of these. So we make a new bot. We give it this and lasers. And we just put one of these down. There it is. We save the defense. And somehow that works totally fine. I guess the client is what's screwed up now. Oh, that's not there anymore because we weren't told about it. Right. Okay, I think I know what the bug is. Yeah, and this is a... Yeah, I know what it is. Okay, cool. So repro is this. 1, edit defense. 2, create a new bot, a new blueprint. 3, place the bot in your defense. 4, I forgot the 4th step. Okay, let's just try it again until I remember. So we put this over here, we hit save, we go to the main menu and edit, and it's gone, yeah. Go to main menu, 5, edit defense again. Expected, the bot you placed shows up, actual, it doesn't show up because this shouldn't even work. I don't understand why it doesn't show up. It doesn't exist either. It's probably because it can't find a blueprint, but then how is my blueprint right there? tried deploying blueprint 13 but does not own that blueprint. What does it think I have? Oh, it made up a number, right? Probably 12. I bet that's what it is. In which case we wouldn't be able to place it a second time. Workbench, bays, 12. There it is. Yeah. So if we try using that, it won't work. Right? We try placing this and we hit test. But then we try to save it. Aha. Okay. Problem solved. It doesn't show up. Okay. So this is because the blueprint that the client is tracking has an ID that's one number lower than the one that the server has. This is because the client is still creating temporary objects. And yeah, so placing the blueprint and testing will work because the client doesn't validate anything. Trying to save a defense with a new blueprint will fail because the server doesn't see it as send it as an addition, and the server doesn't see that the client owns it. Cool. Hey, Kenstar. Man, Celio, wouldn't that be crazy though? To just go into a random channel and someone's looking for you? I mean, I feel like that was just a way to wedge in that you got a Kickstarter. But I think it would be crazy if that happened. All right. This all makes sense of why this is happening. So instead, we need to give them negative IDs. We need to not contact the account server at all. Wouldn't be the first time it happened. Man, the only time I get recognized if I go into someone else's channel is if I have hosted them before. And even then, sometimes people are like, hey, what do you stream, Adam? And I'm like, I hosted you. You know what I stream. Give it a negative ID. I wonder what's going to be in charge of this. And then something's going to have to update them too. A lot of client code for this. Super indie cards? Is that the... I wonder if that's what I'm thinking of. I think I might have seen this through Reddit. No, I haven't. This is very much supposed to be a Super Mario Kart clone, right? That is what it looks like. Well, it looks cool. Is it possible to refresh chat on Android? I would imagine you could if you switch to... just switch qualities of the stream, maybe? Or go to like chat only and then audio only and then chat only or something? So when creating a blueprint on the client, give it a negative ID. Well, Celia, I guess we all have to do things like that from time to time if we want money or success. I should track this from the very beginning. Find out exactly where blueprint creation is happening right now. Okay. Well, I know where it's happening. It's this button right here. So we just have to go to wherever that button's coming from. Blueprint selector. Create blueprint. Sure, man. don't even know why you put a kappa. I feel like you probably actually do that, right? I bet your phone isn't even a real phone. I bet it's virtualized in Vim. This up props on create. I mean, yeah, you could have, and I think you're tacitly asking for permission here. But I have to say no for right now. I think if you'd been in the stream for a long enough time, that yeah, but yeah, I think it's still kind of weird if someone's just going around Twitch spamming their Kickstarter. Your phone also has Vim installed. Alright, set blueprint details true. What this means is that you're creating one. So this comes from one in-game.js calls its create blueprint to Celia, it's okay if you're not joking, that's fine. I'm not like taking offense and I'm not gonna ban you or something. I joined because a friend seemed to be in the stream. Oh, okay. This is the Kickstarter police. Come out with your hands up. Create blueprint should be here. Set blueprint details is making new bay. This calls in the workbench actions. Oh man. Okay, this doesn't actually happen though until you press the create button. Because it says set is making new bay. Yeah, what do you mean? Yeah, what would be the legal issues, Digi? Oh yeah, Celio clarified too. Found a screenshot of me doing that. Oh my god, Superman. This is too funny. Alright, oh man, I have to copy paste this somewhere. I just have to get this context. Okay. Hey, Owen Murphy. So at the time you click this button, it hasn't contacted the server. It's not until you hit create that it contacts it, and that's coming from the edit blueprint footer. So there is an on create that's passed in through the edit blueprint page. On create is probably called on create or update. Where is it? On, why can't I find this? On create, here we go. Create blueprint. Okay, so here's where the bulk of the code happens. The edit blueprint page is then responsible for handling creation. Create on account server, create on game server. Create on account server, this should be actually pretty easy to fix, I think. Oh, what's the name of the function? Create blueprint. Create on account server used to give us an ID, right? Right? Please write. We call this, gives us a real ID. Yeah, so all we need to do instead is act like we got an ID. We just make one up. and everything will work perfectly. You are rollers out there. I want to be able to roll my R's in a more subtle and fluent way. But it's too difficult. Especially making this sound while rolling the R. For some reason when it follows a T, it's just so difficult. I'm guessing native speakers don't have a problem with that sound. I guess this is like how some people can't pronounce the English R. It's just a sound that might not exist in your language, and then it's always difficult and you'll always trip up over it. Huh. Yeah, like try hard. I probably can't roll the R on that. Maybe in the R part. Yeah, that I can. Just not after a T, I think. Anyway, this had nothing to do with this. Okay, so here's what's really happening right now. My uptime is 7 hours. And at the 7-hour mark, I usually try not to do mentally exhausting work because it usually is a recipe for disaster at the 7-hour mark. Because I might end up coding in more bugs than I'll end up fixing. However, I do want to work on this. I just don't want to screw it up. I wonder if there's some other task I can do. Maybe we could add in the nuke animation, but then I need to switch branches. Or maybe I just... I don't know. What do you guys think? It's just, this is the last difficult set of steps I'm going to have for this whole task, and if I screw this up, then not going to go well. Oh, Grotty, cool. You're a Streamlabs subscriber. I love seeing those particle effects. I don't think this is worth doing right now. I think this will be easy enough to change eventually. I just got to think of what I'm going to do then. Okay, so in order to give negative IDs, I need to get rid of create blueprint on account server and just decrement a number. Oh, I cannot wait for this to be done. It's going to feel so good. Cavalara, what are you doing? Every once in a while, someone will do this where they're like, hey, okay, I'm going to go to bed. See you, Adam. And then they're here like half an hour later. Hey, did you think of this for Botland? I think you should go to sleep, Cavalara. Alright, I think I should take care of some miscellaneous tasks here. Let's push all branches. Or what? Can you just push the branch? Yeah. Okay, well, that's the deal right now then. Should I just mill around doing other low priority tasks? No, I think that's it. I think I should get going. I think today was very productive. Man, I'm actually pretty happy with what got done. I think things have just been going remarkably well for a while. I know it doesn't sound like it sometimes, and based on the amount of red text that appears on my screen, but if you look at the amount of lines of code that I added and removed today, like, we definitely made some major changes. I know it's only 2 commits, and I know it's not fully working yet, but wow. Okay, yeah, so I think I will be online tomorrow. Ooh, Abney's streaming. We are going to host Abney, who is an incredible Mario Kart 64 player. My voice is too loud. Hey, Serious Walker. So yeah, thank you everyone for watching today. I'll be online tomorrow. I'm not sure exactly when. Probably something like 18 or 19 hours from now. That way you don't have to worry about time zones. Just subtract 5 or 6 hours and then add a day. And that's roughly when I'll be online tomorrow, I think. And yeah, I'll leave you guys with Abney, who I guess is AFK right now. But take care again. Thanks for watching. See ya.